what she does. Send her roses just because. If it's violin she loves, let them play. Dedicate her favorite song and hold her closer all night long. Love her today, find 100 ways. Don't forget there could be an old lover in her memory. If you need her so much more, why don't you say? Maybe she has it in her mind that she's just wasting her time. Ask her to stay, find 100 ways. Being cool won't help you keep a love warm. You just blow your only chance. Take the time to open up your heart. That's the secret of romance. Sacrifice if you can. Buy her some moonlight to wear. If it's one more star she wants, go away. In your arms tonight, she'll reflect that she owes you. Sweet is the death. If she wants to pay, find 100 ways. In your arms tonight, she'll reflect that she owes you. The sweet is the death. If she wants to pay, find 100 ways. You better believe it. Oh, love her today. Find 100 ways. I'm telling you to love her today. Find 100 ways. Oh, love her, love her, love her. 100 ways. Yeah. You got to love her today. Find 100 ways. Love her today. Won't you find 100 ways? Yeah.
Rumors swirling on social media are now confirmed. Self-proclaimed relationship guru and viral YouTuber Kevin Samuels has died in Atlanta.
If you're not easy to be with, if you're not lighthearted, if you're not, I don't want to say fun, then why? Why in the heck would a man want to sit back and deal with you?
Samuel's matter-of-fact advice on dating and relationships often sparking outrage. Just last month, he was criticized over a video where he labeled unmarried women over the age of 35 as leftovers. NBC News verifying Samuel's death with his mother, who says she learned of his death from social media, calling it a terrible thing to find out that way. She declined to offer any information about what happened. Atlanta police say they were called to Samuel's Buckhead apartment early yesterday morning, and when officers arrived, first responders were already performing CPR on him as he was unresponsive. A woman in the apartment told them he was complaining of chest pain, and then he fell.
All right, now Kevin Samuels, a controversial YouTuber, has passed away. He was 56 years old, and this is all according to Melanie King, who says she's a close friend of his. She revealed on Thursday that she got family confirmation that he has passed away. She said it's 100% true, and the family has yet to publicly announce his death. But according to reports, he suffered from cardiac arrest, a heart attack, but these have not yet been confirmed. But a lot of people did pay tribute to him. Even though he had a lot of controversial things to say, you never wish that on anyone. So our condolences to his family and friends.
Yeah, I'm definitely sending healing energy to that brother's family. As a person who prays and wants to live a long life, I don't wish dying suddenly at 56 on nobody, because he wasn't sick or nothing, right?
I don't know what his health status was prior to that.
So according to NBC News, they're confirming that Kevin Samuels, YouTuber with 1.4 million subscribers, has passed, and his mother has confirmed. Samuels' views on dating and relationships, which many people on social media felt were an attack on black women, often sparked outrage. Kevin Samuels, a YouTuber who became known for his controversial relationship advice, has died, his mother confirmed to NBC News. Rumors of his death first circulated on social media Thursday night. His mother, Beverly Samuel Birch, declined to release details about what happened. She said she learned of her son's death from social media. That was a terrible thing for social media to put out. I didn't even know. I hadn't even been notified, she said in a phone call. All I'm doing is requesting that people pray for us. The Atlanta Police Department said officers were called to an apartment on East Paces Ferry Road on Thursday morning regarding a person injured. By the time police arrived, first responders were performing CPR on an unresponsive man, later identified as Samuels. A woman in the apartment told officers that Samuels had complained about chest pains and that she attempted to help him, but he fell. The police report says the woman called 911. Samuels was taken to Piedmont Hospital, police said. When contacted Friday, the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office said it could not confirm or deny any information. Samuels, who describes himself as an image consultant, shared YouTube videos to his more than 1.4 million subscribers discussing topics that include dating and relationships. His views, which many people felt were an attack on black women, often sparked outrage. Last month, he was slammed over a video where he labeled women who were over 35 and unmarried as leftovers. So yeah, NBC pretty much said what I said, verbatim. We are sorry that his mom heard on social media, but someone's going to put the story out, so might as well be me. And if you have made it over 35 and you are unmarried, you are a leftover woman, he said in a video. You are what's left. Men know that there is something likely wrong with you. He also stirred up controversy over videos where he rated women's appearance based on their looks and dress size. Many said his advice was toxic and misogynistic. Following news of his death, many social media users were quick to point out his contentious views. Kevin Samuels has made a career off of shaming, disgracing black women for profit. He emboldened the most toxic individuals to project tired and harmful narratives about black women. Journalist Ernest Owens wrote, "Dead or alive, what a disgraceful life to live, and that's all I've got for this misogynist." Did Kevin Samuels die from? Being 56 and unmarried, musician Gene Dew tweeted. Some included YouTuber Adam22 defended Samuels. Kevin Samuels was a good dude who gave a lot of solid advice. He got smeared for having a backbone and an opinion. He did back down to the mob. Rest in peace, he wrote. Now, that's what NBC had to say. A lot of people are saying that Kevin Samuels was telling women they were going to die alone with their dog once they got older, and people said that they didn't like how Kevin Samuels was telling SA victims to not tell their mother because Kevin Samuels said that the father was always right. There's just a lot of stuff that he's said that was controversial in the past, but people are divided. It's almost like divided down the middle, where the men are mourning him and the black women are, there's some that are rejoicing, there's some that just don't care, and there's some that are like surprised. I pretty much predicted that this would happen yesterday morning, pretty much almost 24 hours ago. But yeah, what do you guys think about Kevin Samuels' death being confirmed by NBC News? TMZ still hasn't reported. You guys were saying that you wouldn't believe it until TMZ. What about NBC News? I guess TMZ, he really wasn't in their radar like that.
Controversial YouTube star Kevin Samuels has died from an apparent heart attack, according to a friend we talked to tonight. We broke the news to you here on The Factor last night. Samuels is best known for dishing out some very controversial relationship advice, but coming down extremely hard, some say, on black women specifically. Take a listen.
You're running back size.
Okay.
You can hit the A gap like a.
Okay. All right. I accept.
So don't
that.
come in here talk about what men should not be able to do when they got to accept somebody who can run out the power I. How tall are you?
5'4".
Dress size?
6.
That's your picture?
That is my picture.
How recent is it?
That's a 10-year-old picture. But I still look like that.
Beautiful women don't have 10-year-old pictures, man.
Now, tonight, a Houston attorney and mentee and good friend of Samuels is on The Factor. That attorney, as of this evening, has been appointed the family spokesperson. But we talked to him before that development. Dennis Sperling talks about Samuels' impact nationwide.
I got to know Kevin because I have a podcast, Dennis Sperling on YouTube, and having become very, effective at what I do. He popped up on a mutual friend's podcast and we began to talk. He then invited me to his Facebook room where it's called The Mix, and it's where you get couples together and that's actually how I met my fiance, ironically, but that's how I met him. And he and I just kept in contact over the past 2.5 years, and we'd start working together. But his main thing was getting couples together, getting people married again, telling women, hey, you know what? This society that we live in has caused you ladies to become narcissists and to overvalue yourselves. You got 3 kids by 3 different men. You're 150 pounds overweight. You're not going to marry a millionaire. You should talk to that plumber or that electrician or that hardworking guy who you can build a life with, because as it is right now, here in America, we teach the men that they should undervalue themselves, and we teach the women that they should overvalue themselves. And that was his basic message.
For some, he was brutally honest. For others, he was brutally cruel. Where would you stand in describing your friend? And I'd say that because you actually had a relationship with him. You knew him, and it led to your fiance. So how would you describe what your friend did?
Well, for those people who think he was cruel, people who've been lied to their whole lives, they see the truth as cruelty. Kevin Samuels was accurate. He backed his statements up with facts from the CDC reports. In the Black community alone, 80% of the women have children out of wedlock. And that's being sired by 20% of the men. 51% of Black men don't have children. 31% of Black men are married and live with their wives. So that means there's about 18% of men, give or take, who's siring children with these women. And so he pointed that out. He said that's why Black men aren't getting married. But see, the thing about Kevin Samuels that you all don't know is that his vision, his legacy was going to expand past YouTube. He had visions of starting a mega sort of entertainment advertising where we would talk about men's clothing, fitness, suits, cologne, those colognes and things that he would advertise. Mm-hmm. He was doing that because he was getting paid for it. He was a brilliant businessman. And the fact that he was willing to speak the truth to people and was accurate about it, all that did was endear him to the rest of us who recognize the truth he was speaking. So for those people who are his detractors, listen to the man's podcast. And you'll see he was speaking the truth. It's the reality that we live in now.
Now, one of the things you said was he was talking about getting yourself together, staying in shape. And that's one of the things he did. And that's why this is so shocking to so many people. Cardiac arrest, heart attack, and people are trying to wrap their heads around that. This is a man who taught many people how to live better, how to eat better. And so it's kind of like, how did this happen to him?
Well, unfortunately, he basically was a one-man show. Every night for the past 7 years. Most of you all didn't know him until about 2.5 years ago. But for the first 5 years, he spoke to men. He said, you need to get yourself together. You're 5'5", 280 pounds, and you only make $30,000 a year, yet you want this supermodel to be your woman. That's not going to happen. And he was cruel. You want to see cruelty? Look at how he talked to some of those guys. I mean, my God, he would have you leaving that podcast, like 2 feet shorter than when you walked in. But
equally honest to both sexes.
Equally honest, but it really picked up because no one has been brave enough to speak to women in an honest way, to tell them, hey, you know what? You need to come down off of that ledge that you're on. You're going to die alone. You're going to get a dog. You're going to be a cat lady. You think you're better than your husband and you can do better. So you're willing to file this divorce to get back out there on that market. And what you're going to get is a rude awakening. But as far as his health, I mean, Kevin says this, and I don't want to speak too much beyond what the family would want to be said, but Kevin fought and conquered cancer at a very young age. Mm-hmm. And so, I can only imagine what that did to his body. But, just hanging out with him, he didn't overeat, he didn't undereat, but I know that the stress of putting on those shows, and you yourself know what it's like, man. And me, I've had the experience now being on my podcast. You have to interact with the public. You're constantly on edge. The only time I've ever seen him truly relaxed is down in Miami for his birthday. And everybody knows he says I don't drink, but I'm known for purchasing a few bottles here and there. and you've hung out with me before too. And so after a couple of bottles, man, he was dancing and really just enjoying his birthday. And to me, I look at that like that was his going away party, as far as I'm concerned. Just seeing him smile and happy and relaxed and amongst friends. And my fiance was there, another young lady named Melanie King, who's a very popular YouTuber. We were all there just hanging out in Miami, and it was really impromptu because he didn't tell anybody it was his birthday. We were just down there to meet, and he was like, "Yeah, it's my birthday." I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "It's time to turn up, man."
There you go. So as we wrap up, Dennis, what did he mean to you?
Well, man, we haven't had a voice of truth here in the United States in many years. Our preachers stopped speaking the truth. Our screenwriters and actors stopped speaking the truth to us. Our politicians stopped speaking the truth. We have a lot of panderers out there. And what Americans need, what the world needs, is truth speakers, because here's the thing. A lot of us have been misled. He was clearly a mentor to some. He was a father to others. They referred to him as the Godfather. He was that middle-aged 50-year-old man that many of these young folks didn't have, who would be honest with them. He wasn't a man who was afraid to speak the truth. A well-studied, brilliant Black man. The way he dressed, the way he carried himself with dignity. What you weren't going to do is cut him off on his podcast and interrupt him and treat him like he was a child. He commanded respect. But then when you would meet him in public, man, he didn't hide. He spoke to the people. He was more gracious than any of the actors or entertainers I've ever seen. They could learn a lesson from him. He never had security around him, no bodyguards. We're in Miami, dudes are running up on him. One guy, most people had positive things to say. Somebody else was like, "You're gonna get yours." He just graciously smiled at him and kept it moving. In New York, as crowded and rowdy as New York can be, no bodyguards. I mean, he was a man of the people. And if you ever really had a chance to be around him and sit and listen to him, you'd see how brilliant he was. But to me, he was a mentor. He was, and at my age, it's like, I'm too old for mentors. But he was truly a mentor, a big brother, and I appreciate his legacy. And I hope that those men who are in the manosphere, which he has taken mainstream now, like the things we talk about that used to be part of the dark corners of the internet that everybody thought was crazy. They called them incels and these. Now it's major talking points. You have Hollywood being affected by it. So he meant a lot to him. He was and I describe it like this, he was the aircraft carrier that was out front leading and surrounded by a battalion of ships of truth speakers. And so that's what he meant to me. He was a forerunner he was a harbinger to what I think America needs to get back to our traditional values: family, raising children, being good citizens, being good Christians, because he taught Bible study, if you didn't know. And I think, and I appreciate him. And that's what he meant to me, brother.
All right. Attorney Dennis Sperling, we appreciate you sharing this information about your friend, Kevin Samuels. Thank you, sir, for joining us here on The Factor Uncensored tonight.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Isaiah.
All right, so we got some new details and revelations on this matter, on the Kevin Samuels investigation. This is the actual police report from Fulton County, which is Atlanta Police Department right here. And then the police department, the report, it says in the narrative, Officer J. Figueroa, unit number 2205, responded to a call at 297 East Paces Ferry, Northeast apartment number regarding a person injured. Upon arrival, Officer J. Figueroa observed the fire department engine number 21 performing CPR to a black male unresponsive on the floor of his apartment. I then met Miss Hortensia Alcantara, who identified the male as Mr. Kevin Samuels. Alcantara stated that she met Mr. Samuels that night, came to his apartment, spent the night with him. Miss Alcantara also said that early in the morning, Mr. Kevin Samuels complained about chest pain, and she attempted to help him, but he fell on top of her, proceeded to call 911. Miss Alcantara also said she requested the 911 operator to contact the front desk for a defibrillator to keep Mr. Samuels responsive until Grady arrived because she is a nurse. Grady bus number 741. Mr. Samuels was later transported to Piedmont Hospital by Grady bus number 741. I assume that means the ambulance. So this lady who was with him was a nurse. This is the picture of her here. Hortensia Alcantara is her name. Her name is in the police report, and all the speculations that we were talking about yesterday on the live stream prove or are adding up to be, seems like a serious heart attack. He had a cardiac arrest, heart attack type of incident. We don't know what it's exactly contributed to. We know that he liked to drink Red Bulls, and the stimulants and the caffeine inside of Red Bulls has been medically linked to having adverse cardiorhythmic patterns, right? We've seen that. You can Google it for yourself. There's no secret that energy drinks aren't the best for you. I also saw an article that mentioned something about having some kind of other interactions that might be happening as well on the side of alcohol. I'm not going to mention that right now, but I did see some articles that were mentioning a few other substances or materials that might have been at play in this situation here. So once again, rest in peace to Kevin Samuels. I do want to say something, and let's try and once again people to keep it respectful if we can. This is still a human being that had a mother, and even though we don't necessarily alike some of the things he said, or we're not alike, or we can agree to disagree in a lot of ways, that mother, that sister, that daughter of his is probably going through it right now, and so we need to keep them in our thoughts and recognize that they have their own lives and their own struggles and differences as well. And as passionately as we all feel about this online gender war that we have so found ourselves in, we have to remember that offline that these are real people as well. Okay.
Human aspect of interacting with your audience.
Yeah. What's going on, folks? There's a lot of things. I knew this was going to bring out Kevin Samuels, the image guy. I knew it was coming. So, all right, Kevin,
You've heard everything.
Well, I just got on about 30 minutes, about even 20 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. So you heard enough to get the gist of what's going on here. So I would love to get your take on what you've heard so far. So you got the floor.
Okay, let me ask you this. Did you I just dropped a must read on my Patreon page about updates to my channel and changes.
Yeah, I saw it, but I didn't get a chance to sit down and read it. I'm going to do that over the Christmas holiday tomorrow.
Well, I told you I had a consulting company come in and white glove my business.
Yeah.
And, you know, the numbers are back. And how many people here are familiar with Glendon Cameron?
I've heard of him.
Okay, he cut off his disruptive mail channel. He stopped it cold turkey because, and I quote, Red Pill and MGTOW are toxic to the brand. The Southern Poverty Law Center has deemed MGTOW to be a hate group. When I got my numbers back, my growth on my channel has slowed to about 20% of what it should be.
Why is that?
Again, Red Pill and MGTOW are toxic to the brand. YouTube has something they have restrictive mode. There are all kinds of things that go on behind the scenes that as content creators you need to be aware of. When your channel becomes associated with other channels, it's like one bad apple spoiling a whole bunch by your subscriber list, by what you watch, and by the people who speak, because the AI is actually reading all the words. So long and short of it is we ran the numbers and said, look here, Kevin, you're an image consultant and you don't talk about religion or politics. But when you talk about Red Pill, MGTOW, say some of these keywords, this is what it's doing to your channel across platforms. And you can see the dip. And then we also run the actual numbers based on the amount of money you make plus the amount of input. And then also you look at the other side of it, the amount of negative comments you get, the amount of shit you get. It's not from women, it's from men. Glendon Cameron did a beautiful breakdown of why he was ending the disruptive mail channel. And he said pretty much here, to keep continually going back and uncovering, he's evolved past these things. He's still Red Pill. He still understands where he's coming from, but the audience, I'll give you exactly what he said. Red Pill, this is Glendon. You want to look at the video? It's called go look at the video. It's 22 minutes long why he ended his disruptive mail channel. But Red Pill, MGTOW is a scarcity mindset in the sense that it does not, if you want to just sit down and be a guy sitting in your apartment doing your own thing, that's cool. But that really doesn't push guys to be anything any better. Now, I agree with about 90% of the things he said, and I will say this. One of the things I can see that definitely does suffer, and as someone who, before I even knew about a manosphere, I had 10,000 subscribers. I got 10,000 subscribers in 6 months. It's taken me almost 2 years to get over 20,000. There is a definite corresponding effect. So yes, when Obsidian, you're talking about making changes, a big part of the changes have to be looking at the data the way it is and understanding where the pattern is growing. All the people in the chat room, I'm going to say all the people in the chat room, for as many eyeballs as you get, we've talked about this before. And this is not just on your channel. It's an underperforming market. That's simply what it is. Now, people will come into Red Pill spaces and talk a long time. But as far as putting cash on a barrelhead, no go.
Well, all right, so let me ask you a question then. All right, because we were talking about this before you showed up. So here's Brian Solange's argument in a nutshell, using the Zaza Ali as a kind of entry point of sorts. That you have a spate of black female, essentially hustlers who are taking advantage of what they see as a great opportunity in this burgeoning black manosphere and are getting likes and shares and cash. Mm-hmm. And he cites Paris Milan, Olivia Alexa, Cynthia G, and so forth. So my argument in response to what you're saying, you brought up Glendon Campbell. All right, so why is it that Cynthia G is doing so well? Explain that one to me.
Because in red pill spaces, the rhetoric is down, boo, women, down, everything, women. But when guys get away from that kind of stuff, 9 out of 10 men still want a woman and they want kids. And see, it's easy for guys who've already passed that point in life or who had a divorce and already got kids to trumpet that. Younger guys still want this. Even with all of the downsides, they still want it. So Cynthia G, unlike this space over here, still looks like hope to these guys.
That's disgusting.
Well, but again, Ezra, how old are you?
I'm 44.
And how many kids you got?
I have four girls.
Okay, now go back to the 18-year-old you and say, fuck the rest of your life, no kids, no nothing. It will be a completely different story, friend.
But I know young men.
I don't care. I said you.
I
just said you.
You're right. But
Kevin is right. I'm 33.
I'm talking about somebody who's already a father. Ezra, you be on some bullshit, man. You sit around here, you sit around here thunder and talk about stats and everything else. You got 4 fucking kids, man, and you've already been through that.
Exactly, yeah. And I'm saying a lot of it wasn't worth it.
But you can say it, but you still got them. You still got them, fam. You got 4 kids.
And I got
exactly, and that's the point. You got something that you're telling other guys that it ain't worth, but you wouldn't give any of them up for anything. Come on, knock off the bullshit, man. This is what I'm saying. Here's the thing, guys.
My daughters, but I'm saying I would not want to go through what I went through again.
But here's the thing, though. But it's like this. It's like to a dude who's been born blind and to a guy who lost his sight. You can say, yeah, it wasn't worth it, but you're also talking to guys who are sitting there trying to balance between these two. And I'm telling you, I get the emails saying, look, fam, I'm red pill, I'm dipped, I'm dying and everything else. But look here, man, I got to be real. I want a child. I want a son.
I understand that.
Can I just say one thing in defense of Ezra? And I want to say there's a lot of things that Ezra says that I don't exactly agree with, but I will say that I have to agree with him on this. And I'm 10 years younger than him. I'm 33 years old. I've never had kids. And given, I still could have kids in a family right now if I wanted to. But given what I have experienced with the modern day feminist culture with women online and off, I don't want kids. I don't want a girlfriend. I don't want a wife. I don't want to deal with these females at all. I'm still physically and sexually attracted to them, yes. But going after them for the sake of what we're talking about in this context, I just don't want to deal with it anymore.
It's easy. It's easy to say that and here's the thing. I understand where you're coming from. I do. But it is easier to say that at 33. When you get up around 63 and you got more life behind you than ahead of you, you may look at things differently. And that's what I'm telling you. Obsidian is a confirmed bachelor. He made his choice early on. And I will say that's roughly 3, maybe 5 out of every 100 guys. The other guys are just understand what you're saying from a logic standpoint. And when I say marriage, you guys know what I think about the state-sponsored marriage and all that stuff. But private marriage, because here's the thing, men are problem solvers. There are men who are still saying, well, how do you end up getting something different? Because throwing your hand, here's the thing. There's so many guys who are saying throwing in the towel, which a lot of this sounds to guys like throwing in the towel, is not the answer for them. And I got stacks of emails for this stuff. And here's the thing. Let me finish this other side of it. It becomes, it's almost like after you become red pill and after you understand female nature, male nature, what is life for? What's the purpose? That's where a lot of guys are stuck And that's why Red Pill and MGTOW, just by the numbers, it's toxic to a brand because there is no hope. There's nothing to market to. There's nothing to sell. What are you really telling guys? Get up and work your ass off and come home and sit and talk to other men about life.
Right. You know what? I think that's one of the problems I've always had with MGTOW is that a lot of these guys are talking about since I'm going to leave the slave plantation, I'm just going to give it up. There's so much as a young man that you can do with your life.
Exactly.
Especially a young man. You don't have to have a family, but you don't have to have a family to feel like you succeeded in life. There are other things you
exactly.
Well, it's not now. I won't say that it's for everybody. Now that's another thing.
I agree, Sam. But there are other things you can do. You can still build. You don't have to build for a woman. You can build for yourself.
Mm-hmm. You know what the?
Well, all right, let me jump in here and say this. Let me
fulfilling our goal.
Let me jump in here and say this. There is evidence to support what Kevin is saying, independent of YouTube. This came down about a couple years ago. It's relatively recent. An NPR poll that was taken among black men and black women. Almost half of black men wanted to be married or failing that in a relationship versus about 25% of black women. Okay. So that is in Kevin's favor. The problem I'm having with what Kevin is saying relating to Glendon Campbell and bringing it all back to me is, okay, Kevin, so if black men deem Red Pill / MGTOW as toxic for the reasons that you mentioned, why are they going to someone toxic in Cynthia G?
Well, I will say this now. I want to make the distinction. It's not black men saying Red Pill is toxic. I'm saying Red Pill and MGTOW is toxic to a brand. So this is global. It can be from Sandman to Darius MGTOW.
Okay.
And I'm just talking about, and like it or not, because we're on other platforms, YouTube restricts your growth and all these things. You know what happens. You know, right. Patreon, you are one decision in Patreon from them saying, you know what? Southern Poverty Law Centers say this is a hate group and you're associated with it, so we shut you down. And you understand that. So to answer the question of why are guys going over to a Cynthia G, dude, I think the answer is far more complex than Red Pill. There's a lot of simpery still left in men. They want approval and justification. They want validation because they want I'm not like those guys, sis. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. This poses a very interesting question, what we're talking about right now, that I want to ask both you, Obsidian, and all of your panel members, since we have more people on here. And we talked about successful versus unsuccessful parts of the Red Pill and MGTOW movement. I have to ask people this because I've seen a lot of arguments on social media, not just YouTube, that Tommy Sotomayor has moved on beyond Red Pill, beyond MGTOW, like he's like his own brand and category now. There's even rumors now that he's supposed to be in some movie that's coming out, and he's basically become close to or a millionaire off of his brand of anti-black feminism. Now,
yeah,
Tommy Sotomayor. Okay, if we're addressing this from saying that, well, red pillars, men who are advertising that they're on to the BS of females, or MGTOWs that they'll deal with women on their own terms only to benefit themselves. If that is not a winning brand, and I'm not saying that it is, okay? I personally, I do my thing. I don't care whether I financially benefited off of it or not. This is how I feel passionately. But if it is not a winning brand, how did Tommy, who was really one of the pioneers, not the one, but one of the innovators of this whole thing 5-6 years ago, how did he separate from the rest of MGTOW and Red Pill to become as supremely successful as he has been?
Well,
he was never MGTOW to begin with.
There you go. How many times do you hear
Okay.
Tommy say MGTOW, Manosphere?
Yeah, he was never there.
Well, he hit similar talking points. He's a lot more harsh.
Yeah, but he's never bought into the MGTOW. I haven't.
Right.
I haven't bought into the MGTOW label.
See, the question, and Brian, basically, I think what you're getting to is one of the questions the consulting firm asked me. And one of the things Linda Cameron actually touched on. He's like, you're past that point. And you are fully, I call it being Neo. You understand the machine world and you understand Zion. And you can function in both. Now, Tommy I think everybody knows where Tommy stands on feminism and everything else, but it's those things that he doesn't have those things tied to his brand. And that's all I'm saying is Red Pill, MGTOW, that kind of stuff is tied to your brand.
Well, you know what? I'm sorry, Kev, but Tommy does not have Black nationalism tied to his brand.
Right. That yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah.
Tommy, as you all know, he criticizes Black women, he criticizes Black men, and he sometimes criticizes white women and white men. So Tommy kind of crossed over, but at the same time, he knows not to cross, those whites that are contributing to his cause, that are contributing to his platform.
Well, but Tommy also will tell you that he's on tour right now, and the majority of his supporters are Black women. Because if we're going to just talk about the business of it, I paid over $7,000 to have a consultant tell me exactly what she just said. You're running until Black male media becomes a thing, until you have a Black male YouTube, which in our lifetime, will we have it? I don't know. But as it stands right now, 51% of the population is women and Black. And here's the thing, I just said it. Black men, even though they understand what you're saying, so many of them still want women. So here is probably the wrong place to say it, because Nagon, you say this is a red pill what? And
bitch up in here.
So maybe behind closed doors, we may want to have this discussion, because there are things that content creators and business owners have to look at. At least. I don't say you have to make changes, but you have to look at. Because
you know that.
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Please,
because a major part of critical thinking is being able to accept new information and act accordingly.
Okay, Kevin. So based on what you're saying, man, you better get up out of here, son. This is hurting you.
Well, see the thing. Well,
can I?
Well, hold on, but Nagon, you're right. But see, but look at what ABL does. He goes over to O'Shea's channel and does what he does, but it goes back over to his platform. I have to look at what I'm doing, and you can still do what you do, but it's like, where are you doing it? And at the end of the day, anybody who would get upset with a content creator having to make adjustments, but while still while making adjustments and growing his business, you got to look at who's paying the bills. And Obsidian, because you have no outside funding, you have probably the purest business model of anyone. You can honestly look and see where all your money's coming from, and basically look and say, this is a cross section. I need 10 times more of these guys from the money standpoint, not the views, not all, 10 times more of these guys. Obsidian, do you get heavily into your analytics?
Yeah.
Okay. I look at my female viewership, and it is, well, let me just wrap it this way. In that 400 some odd people that are watching you, there are several women watching.
Yeah, it's a low percentage, but yeah, I get your point.
And here's the thing, and Tommy has women who watch him because they want to fuck him. They like, and also here's the thing, it's not like what you're saying or Tommy's saying, even though they may not like the delivery, they can't really argue with the truth of it. So maybe we have part of this off camera, because as a business owner, they asked me the question, how can you say what you need to say, do what you need to do, and actually increase and grow your brand? Because he's like, you gotta separate what you want, Kevin, personally, than what you want professionally and from a business. If not, you're letting your emotions run. You have to make a business decision. Now, for me, as an image consultant, my brand was never red pill or MGTOW. That's just something I believe. Now, believe me, I'm not going to change. I'm not going to go blue pill and start simping either. Not going to say that. But how can I make the content that needs to be made and get guys to be the best version of themselves and end up growing the business? It was painful. I'll tell you from my standpoint, with all the data, I'm sitting here still crunching it, and I'm shocked to see some of these numbers.
Can I ask you, brother, why do you think that YouTube is scared to touch Tommy? And what I mean by that is, during that whole Simone 56 hit list last year, I don't know if people remember it, they took some of Tommy's bigger channels down, but he got his channel back. They actually gave it back to him.
Well,
what do you think is going on in the background? Is it money or what is it?
Definitely.
Let me ask you a question. Does he super chat?
Yeah.
He super chats, right?
Yeah, and he gets it's money. It's
okay. So that's it. There we go. Next.
Well, first of all, and here's the thing: once you get over 50,000 subscribers, you actually get a part-time employee working on your account. Once you get over 100,000, you get that silver play button. Your emails get answered within 24 hours. Tommy, there are levels in YouTube. There's YouTube preferred. Once you get over 1 million viewers, million people, you go into partnership with YouTube and get preferred ad rates. Tommy has had over 1 million subscribers collected. That's number one.
That's true, Kevin, because that's what happened with PewDiePie as well. They tried to knock him down on that anti-Jewish comment, and then they brought him back. These guys super chat, and that 30%, I always call it politics. I call that political money, because at the end of the day,
that's what you grease the palms.
They want that's real life. That's how shit works.
Community guidelines is just a bunch of bullshit.
Community guidelines is only for the smaller people.
People,
right.
and it comes down, once again, like my old man used to always say, it comes down to following the money.
Right. Do you have any idea how many thousands of times a day Tommy's videos get flagged? So I know community guidelines is a bunch of bullshit. Like you guys said, that's for the small.
It's for small guys.
It's for small guys.
It's not bullshit. It's for small guys.
And then once you develop a profile like Tommy has, you don't want that guy on the outside banging at you. You want him. They got to slap him around every now and then just to make his dislikers and detractors feel like it amounts to something. But you ask yourself a question. As the CEO of YouTube, would you want Tommy making you money, or would you want him off the platform making somebody else money?
Right.
Your platform making you money.
Exactly.
Right.
It's about the money. And
now, see, this is the reason why I say I'm a lot much more different animal than definitely than Tommy. And for that matter, even O'Shea, because number one, I have zero desire. See, I heard you,
Nicole.
Huh?
I said I heard Nicole. She said she wanted to say something, but
I'll let her get in a minute. See, I never wanted to be on YouTube just to post up. YouTube was just part of a bigger strategy for me. It was a stepping stone. That's all it is. That's the reason why right now, if you've noticed, I've been pulling back from YouTube. If anything, my goal, as you see in that picture, I'm sitting on a throne there. My goal is to have my own castle, Fortress Obsidian. Everything is completely in-house. Everything. Like to the point where I don't even need YouTube. YouTube needs me.
All right. Well, that's what I tried to explain to brothers when I started the whole idea for what eventually evolved into Black Avenger, as you know, Obsidian, I told black men the only way we're going to be able to, get anywhere with, protecting our content is we're going to have to own it and operate it from production to distribution. That's it.
No, I wanted to ask Brian, and some of y'all may chime in on this. The thing with the thing what he was saying about other YouTubers, and this is why I respect content creators, whether I agree with them or not, because I see myself as an easy target too, and I don't want people to come after me either. I treat people like I want to be treated. Respect my content just like you want respect on your channel. So that brings me back to address Brian. We're talking about YouTubers, female YouTubers who do X, Y, and Z. Can we talk about the male YouTubers who clock other male YouTubers? For example, since y'all introduced Tommy into the conversation, what about True Freeman, who spent an entire year stalking Tommy and took down? He was a big part of Tommy coming down.
Yeah, I know about that.
Not females, but a black man. So can you speak to the black men who attack other YouTubers?
Oh, that's easy. That's really easy. That's big man syndrome.
Well, shoot, let's talk about the other black men who play black male YouTubers like Brother Polite. I'm not, I actually fell out with Tommy because of, the fact that he has sex with some of the same hair-hatted hooligans that he talks about. So I didn't think he was genuine. But, even Brother Polite, and I don't know if this is answering your question directly, but this dude, a former drug dealer and pimp, he's selling all this pro-black hotep, Pan-African anti-police bullshit. And as soon as he gets on the come up, he leaves New York City. All those dumb lowbrow Negroes were supporting this dude, propped him up, made him at least $100,000 and he went on the other side of the country to Hollywood, California, got him a little mini struggle mansion, and now he's, posing with white, models, and I don't have no problem with, any race of woman, but this dude is supposed to be strictly pro-black.
Just say polite.
Right. And Brother Polite, he's posing with some white model, and he has the blatant audacity to put her in a Pan-African dashiki. So yes, there are players on both sides of the spectrum. There are petty people on both sides of the spectrum. That's why my little circle, my camp, we're so small. The only two black guys that I actually listen to with consistency, Obsidian, he's my friend on here. He reached out to me after the Ugmon 56 hit list. But the only two guys I actually, fuck with consistently on here are Aquazi, aka the brother of Logic and Common Sense, even though he hasn't produced content as much as he used to, and David Carroll, because we seem to be like, those guys, they seem to be the only two that, from what I've heard, that really, really align with how I feel, and they never deviate from that. These other people, they seem like, they're, like Brother Polite, he's the black male Olivia Alexa minus the looks, you know what I'm saying? Or and not just him. There's a bunch. I don't even think Brother Polite is still on YouTube anymore. He got what he wanted. He made his play and he ran. And there are other black males like that out there. So I'm not saying that everybody is alive. One thing I've actually come to learn, because me and O'Shea almost got into it a few days ago, because I made a video asking a question about him that he didn't like. A lot of black people on here in the so-called black manosphere, not every black male content creator that claims to be a red pillar or a MGTOW or anti-feminist or within the black manosphere is the same. Okay, there are a lot of people, they have differing perspectives, they have different goals, they have different agendas, and you can't align yourself with everybody.
I'm glad you said that, because let's just go right into it. Brian made a video with regard to O'Shea Duke Jackson. Asked him, what's the deal with ODJ? Is he a for real red pillar, such and so forth? So they kind of, my understanding is that word got back to O'Shea, he got upset about it and so forth. So let me just say this.
When was this?
This is recently. This is within the last week or so.
Yeah, it was last week. Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the deal. O'Shea is not a true believer. If by true believer it's meant he gonna go hard in the paint on these broads no matter what. O'Shea is a businessman first and foremost. That's not a crime. That's not wrong. I think what he's doing with the Negro Manosphere is a good thing. I think that's good. But he ain't no true believer in the sense that he's just gonna go hard in the paint no matter what. Now, comparing that to me, everybody knows what I'm about. So I'm going to do what I'm going to do no matter what. That's just how I am. That's just how I am to the core. It just so happens that I've been blessed to be able to make a nice living doing it.
Let me answer. Let me go ahead and chime in on something Nicole said. You asked why people don't jump in on like Tommy's trolls. And I'm going to tell you why I think it's because Tommy, for whatever reason, he doesn't collaborate with anybody. So he may be the top of the mountain, but it's difficult for some. Because ask yourself, when you go at a troll for trolling somebody else, you run the risk as a content creator that troll turn on you. Like it or not, but that's a very real possibility.
No, I was just addressing Brian because we were talking about female YouTubers who are frauds, and then we introduced Tommy and people attacking YouTubers and clocking each other's money, and I'm like, okay, we talking about males supporting Cynthia. Well, what about the black men who support black men who have established a platform? I mean, I steal some of Tommy's methods because they work. The brother is brilliant. I want to say I don't knock these content creators. ABL, Advice Show, which I'm not the biggest fan of, but ABL and Tommy, I watch.
Well, learning how to make content is always a smart thing for a content creator.
Right.
And I think the next level for the quote unquote manosphere is we've had a loose affiliation, from what I understand, right before the big flagging thing was supposed to happen. And then everyone kind of went to their own corners. There were beefs back and forth. And now what I see is, that's kind of settled. And it's like, man, first, there is strength in numbers, and there is strength in the black side of YouTube is always going to be weakest if we don't learn how to work together. This is where all of the segments on any social media works. And when you try to do this lone wolf, I'm by myself, look, you just can only grow so far, and you make an easy target.
That's true. That is absolutely true.
So like yourself, you've affiliated with men in the manosphere. So you bought cover.
I pretty much did because I knew I thought,
and that's smart.
I know black women, and I know that they're gonna come from my head. But I know that if I'm surrounded by black men, they're not gonna come at me.
Well, you got black men that like you don't even know them. But see, the thing is, here's the thing, that is a smart business move. See, this is one thing black people got to stop doing. We got to stop penalizing black people for making pragmatic business moves. The first thing we want to say is, "Oh, you sold out." No, black men can never adapt, evolve, and grow. They want Obsidian. This he was saying shit 5 years ago, and he says, you know what? I like to watch the Redskins. They have no, nigga, you're an Eagles fan, and they want to tear everything. No. If you go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying black men need to be able to, like David Carroll said, we need to be able to sell our damn hot dogs. That hot dog video, and to be able to control our own economy, we need to be able to do what any other smart business person can do. That is an exceptionally small. I mean, I would say put it around 3%. The men who are legitimately bachelor-minded from youth. It's almost like saying being a truly alpha male. I mean, by definition, There's one CEO, one president. We had what 45 presidents and a couple of hundred years. Most guys go through this phase, whether you simp, then you end up, simp, and then you may come red pill, or we go through you on track, and then around your mid 20s to your early 30s, you fall off track, then you get your shit back. It is start, stop for most guys. And that is the way it's been out throughout history. The problem in the last 50 to 70 years is that no fathers to actually help keep the men on path. Men are having to. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, I was going to say I do have to somewhat agree with what you're saying, because I tell my audience all the time that I'm not ashamed of it, because I'm very confident in the person that I am now. Because to answer your question from earlier, when you said, well, I might be different 63, anything's liable to happen, but I feel like I have figured out the true purpose of life, and so I'm very confident in who and what I've become. So I have no problem with telling my audience all the time that yes, I used to be a simp. I used to be a pitiful simp. Yes, there was a time when I did want a wife and kids. I can remember, getting in screaming arguments with my parents when they were telling me, oh, she's not the right girl. And I was like, I need to get married. I'm running out of time. And this was when I was approaching 30 years old, until I realized the nature of these females. And that's when I really turned, but I think, a lot of guys, like Obsidian said, and, of course, we take him at his word that he was always like this. I think that is rare. What really turns most men either against women or at the very least anti-feminist, so-called MGTOW. I actually call myself a Marlboro man. I'm not going to explain it, but what turns most men into that is because of the same thing that turns, a lot of women, whether they go, lesbian or anti-masculinity, is because of the bad experiences that they've had with the opposite gender, in relationships, maybe as co-workers, legal issues, online, offline, etc. So that is, I agree, that is somewhat of a rarity.
But even if you fluctuate between now and 63, I don't think you will ever go back to not being a red pill man. See, that's the beauty of the red pill. Once your eyes are really truly open, you can never go back. And that is what separates evolved red pill men versus new red pill men. You've gone through the red pill rage, and now you understand how to maneuver.
I'm not sure about that, Kevin. It all depends how well she sucks your dick.
I don't think I could ever fall back.
My ex tried that with me, and I told my last stream when she wanted to try to get something out of me, she tried to perform sex acts on me, like if she wanted me to apologize for some dumb shit that I didn't do, and I put my foot down. I said I'm not apologizing. She tried to to do the sexual stuff on me. And it just strengthened my fucking resolve. I am a very hard-headed person. I've always been like this. You can ask my parents. You can ask my former pastor. I've always been dead set. If I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. If I'm not going to do it, I'm not going to do it. I don't give a fuck who you are. That's why it's so easy for me. The more attractive these females are, the more I'm suspicious of them. Which is why I was the first to call out Cynthia G. Well, Cynthia G's more makeup than anything. I was the first one to call out Paris Milan. I'm the first one to openly call out Olivia Alexa, because I don't fucking trust them. And that's because of the mindset that I have.
I want to say this, and I want to get everybody's reaction to this. Going back to that video that Olivia Alexa made, MGTOW loser, whatever. I find that
new video.
Yeah, I find that, and this is true on the white side as well. I think a big part of the problem between the sexes here is that men, in this case, black men, are supposed to just soldier on from defeat after defeat with black women and keep on soldiering on until they find that black woman that's a diamond in the rough, right? Whereas with black women, all they need is one bad experience with a black man, and they done. And everybody will support them in their being done.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Okay?
Okay, I see what you mean.
Could y'all speak to that?
Well, Nicole, you want to start with that one? Can you start?
No.
Okay. Well, you're right. Because black men, just like all other group of men, we're supposed to not cry, shut up, and just take it. You know, we're supposed to be more than anything else. We're everybody else's utility, and this is where I think the red pill is so beneficial. See, no matter once you really get to that point where you're telling guys to live for themselves, make yourself happy, take care of your image and yourself for you, and all this other kind of stuff is an add-on benefit. Your standard becomes higher to where you understand you have worth. It is easier to tell men to just suck it up. You're a simp. You're a punk. You got to be a man. When you beat men down to think that they're here to serve other people. Women have been told that they are the prize. I mean, bring it back to what we were talking about. Marketing works. The Beers talked about a diamond is forever and get on your knee for a wedding proposal. And I just saw Aquaman. You got heroes out simping. I mean, shit is in your face for an entire lifetime. It's programming. So guys are black men more so than anybody else because you got that mama at home and your father's not there. The two questions I tend to ask all black people right now: what did your daddy say? And if you're a woman, I'll ask you, what does your husband say? If you're a black man, I'll ask you, what did your father say? Or what kind of relationship do you have with your dad? Because men have to start valuing manhood before, and then in order to not continue to be walked over and expected to just take any old kind of treatment by any old body.
Well, Kevin.
Yeah. I think the big part of the problem here is that as long as this kind of mindset persists, it's only going to feed the quote unquote red pill, MGTOW sectors of the manosphere. I think women are going to have to admit that the pain that Brian Solange just talked about is real and take some responsibility for it.
100% agree.
Collectively.
When you talk about they're going to have to confess, I 100% agree. 100%. Because confession is good for the soul, number one. Number two, men need to know that you understand where they're at least are hearing where they're coming from. And if you really are truly feminine, if you really are truly are trying to get with a guy, what men really are asking for is inconsequentially small to what we're given.
Well, here's the other thing with that. Still talking about fair exchange. So earlier, Kevin, I want to get your response on this. So earlier, we were talking about Cynthia G, Paris Milan, Olivia, Alexa, etc. My argument is these ladies can't level up. They can't. For whatever reason, and it's not because of a physical thing, because all three are attractive to varying degrees, right? They're not busted broads here. But there's something about them that inhibits them from being able to level up and attract a good black man that's willing to pay their bills. For whatever reason, they can't do it. Now, Nicole Michelle argued that they lack the game or womanly charm, if you will, to do it. Whatever you want to put on, however you want to phrase it, or what have you, my argument is, for whatever reason, they can't do it. And the best next thing they got is this YouTube thing. Your response.
Well, the reality is this: if you are an 8 or better as a woman, especially a black woman, and you are still single by 30, you have passed over at least 3 suitable men. You don't get to be fine, single, and alone without something being wrong with you. I'm gonna just go out there and say it, because just the sheer amount, that was the case back in the 80s. It is damn sure the case in the 2000s. You have had plenty of suitable, competent, good dudes coming at you, even ones that are physically on your level, but far too many. But I said it on my video the other day when we talked about. Did anybody watch my video when we talked about class and I responded to Ron Wills, the black player, the professional thing. The class is major in Black America. Far too often do sisters get with a good dude, but they waiting for the bigger nigga. It's always the bigger nigga. Well, he may be making what you making, girl, but he's a blue collar dude. She want a white collar dude. Okay, he's a white collar dude. He need to have an MBA. And then for this, and then next thing you know, you done wasted opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. Then you get towards the end, you hit that wall, and you realize you got at least 3 dudes that you should have, or you could have married, but you passed over them trying to get the next dude, and you at the end of the rope. That's what I see when I see beautiful, especially beautiful Black women, because there is no good goddamn reason they should be unhitched.
On what Kevin?
Let me say this. Let me say this because there are people in the chat room saying Paris Milan got a man. Let me say this.
And a man ain't married.
Let me say this. If you got a man that's everything you want in that man, why are you going to YouTube to get attention from other men?
I'll say this: misdirection. Harry Houdini, a lot of people considered him the greatest magician that ever lived. He could make an elephant disappear in a room with over 10,000 people looking at the stage by misdirection. Okay. Crystalline Kerosene and Paris Milan are different sides of the same coin. They are advertising to their audience that they have men in their lives, but it's like in and out, in and out. You see them, then you don't. Okay.
Right.
That's because these men, and especially in the case of Crystalline Kerosene, these men are not really in their lives. Okay. But they need their audience to believe that at least somewhat to to further continue and sell their brand.
Yes.
Okay. Paris Milan, right. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Nicole. But I just want to say, Paris Milan in particular, she did not, in her 100+ videos, she did not show a single man until after I released the exposure video about her. Okay. And questioned her validity as pro-Black man. Then all of a sudden she comes out with this African dude. And you haven't seen him in a video that she has produced since. Misdirection. Misdirection.
Miss Nicole?
Nicole, you want to say something?
Oh, no. I was agreeing.
No, you just agree.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I totally agree with him. There's a YouTuber right now. She's huge. She's on that Hotep. And she does the same thing Olivia Alexa does and Jaja Ali. She's like a younger version of Jaja Ali. But she's a young single mother saying the same stuff. So you're putting down other Black single mothers to get Black male support. But that's what they do. It's some of them just like being in front of a camera and like talking. And they like the attention. Some of them do it to get a man, and then some of them do it because they just want attention. A lot of them say they're married and they're not married. They'll say, "Oh,
Oh yes,
but they not been more married. I'm the only."
I know who you're talking about.
I know. I've been.
See.
How many hood rats have a married Facebook status?
But I'm about to say, I'm glad you said that. So for me, I mean, this is the whole thing with the Cynthia G piece. And when I said, what are you doing about mass incarceration? Absolutely nothing. Mm-hmm. Why? Because I ain't been to jail, and none of the Black men I know never been to jail. What are you doing about child support? Absolutely nothing. You know why? I ain't got no baby mamas like that, and none of the Black men I do, they don't have that either. And on it goes. My question, I want to turn it around back on Cynthia G. What have you done to get a good, competent Black man like me? The answer is nothing. And I'm going to tell you the reason why. Because you're a bitch. And competent Black men don't tolerate bitches.
I just want to co-sign what you just said, Obsidian, right quick, but I also want to co-sign something that Nicole said about the was it the females that we were talking about? But what you were saying, Obsidian, first about Cynthia G, and these females that they're on here, they're fairly attractive, but they can't get men. I was thinking to myself, I don't know about the case of Olivia Alexa because I haven't really looked into her and her content from years back. But Paris Milan, number one, I don't know if people are going to agree or disagree with me about this. Paris Milan, particularly, she comes off to me as the type of chick who, in her mind, she's a victim if she doesn't get her way. Everybody's lying on her. She's going to sue everybody. Everybody's picking on her. If you don't see things her way, if, it doesn't serve her agenda, she's a victim. Hence why she was accusing both Boyce Watkins, even though she didn't fill out the invoice and they had proof of that, and this other guy that she was auditioning for that was what she claimed was a porn producer, but she didn't know he was. They didn't compensate her correctly. In her mind, she's a victim. And so you can imagine a female like this gets with a dude and she throws her little baby temper tantrums and, starts whining and, nagging and stuff. And, he did this, he did that. Somebody sent me a message telling me to watch out for her. Okay. Because she's always playing victim. This was over a year ago before things blew up. Cynthia G, on the other hand, she impresses me as the type of chick that was on the runway. Well, I saw pictures of her as a runway model, and she looked more like a hood runway model. But I'm just saying, she impresses me as the type that was runway, but she was never good enough to be top notch, and that bothered her. Like that got inside of her head that she was always at the very least second best, or even third place.
I call them chronic sevens.
Right. When you listen to her with her vulgarity, her bitterness, her the toxicity that she speaks with, it seems like she is bitter about her insecurities. The fact that she did her best when she was younger, because I saw pictures of her when she was younger in her college years. Outside of all of that makeup, she was actually a relatively attractive woman. I think she might be like part Somalian or something. That's just kind of how it came off to me. But nonetheless, she comes off to me as a person she felt like she was never good enough. She could never get top prize. And that's what's pissing her off. She could never get top prize with white men. She can never get top prize with black men. And that's what's pissing her off.
Well, let me just say this. Nicole Michelle talks about this often, that there are a lot of women who are having to come to the realization that they've been lied to by feminism. Yep. They've been lied to, and they've been told they could have it all. Especially when you're that chronic 7, when you ain't the 8, 9, or 10, but you're better than the 4s, 5s, and 6s. That the chronic 7 tends to hold on the longest because the 8, 9s, and 10s tend to get wifed up or moved on. So basically they are the adjustable 8, 9, or 10 because they're better than the 1 through 6s. So they really push past their window, when they really should have been hanging on to somebody around college, right outside of college, right around 23 to 25. No, they got rid of them because they was getting a little bit more attention because now the VIP is open. Now they getting to the head of the line because the 8s, 9s, and 10s are out with other dudes. So now they getting all the new attention. And it's the first time they've been close, but now they're getting the star treatment. And instead of just enjoying it for a season or two, they tried to run it for 10 years and they looking up and they fucking passed the wall. And that's like, well, damn, what do you do? Well, you can't be up there and now you've missed over here. It's a bad position to be in. I mean, honestly, just think about it, guys. We don't have a fertility window. We don't have a window between 13 and 35. We can keep on having kids until we die damn near. We can mess up, start. I just got this article that I'm going to do a video on talking about in your 30s, broke, lonely, and lied to by feminism.
Yep, in the New York Magazine. I've already read it.
Yep, I'm recording. I saw you on the air, and I was like, let me jump on here, but I'm recording the video, and I'm gonna talk about it. Man, I mean, I know it's difficult but if you can just imagine, put yourself in that spot as a chick that you ain't got the job you want, you ain't living Sex in the City, you living with a fucking cat,
right,
and a bunch of goddamn bills.
Right. Cynthia G is not the type that's going to settle for no Pookie and Ray Ray type Negro. Okay.
No, hang on.
Wait a minute. Wait, let me finish. Look at where this woman, okay, people disagree with me. I already figured out, but hold up. Let me finish. Now, she is in Seattle, right?
Well, no, she's now in the DMV. Go ahead.
Okay. But she was in Seattle. Okay. This woman is approaching say her late 30s, okay?
34.
And 34. Wow, she's that young? Look older to me. It's that makeup. But anyway, okay, so she was in Seattle at one time, which is a mostly white city, but even the black population, most of these people are going to be, successful, degrees, houses, stuff like that. Okay. So she's out here, Cynthia G. If you look at her former pictures, when she was trying the whole runway model industry, she was trying to compete with all the other females at her age in her prime. Okay. With, as all the other women in the Seattle area on the West Coast. Okay. Obviously, as the brother said, that Chronic 7, she at some point she realized she was never gonna be good enough to get that that type of black guy or even that type of white guy that would wife her up that she actually wanted. Okay, and so once she accepted that, she tried a new hustle. But when she came on here and certain black men started smelling her bullshit, it only reminded her of her failures at a younger age in her 20s when she was closer to her being 20 than 30. It only reminded her of her failures with being what that brother called the Chronic 7, being not even the runner-up, but not even the runner-up. In what I would imagine, I've never been to Seattle, but I would imagine that is a very competitive city, like a San Francisco or something, where Paris Milan, by the way, happens to be as well.
What I understand about Seattle from Max City Limit, not Max City, Mr. Research, the black men in Seattle are awkward. And listening to what Tom Likas talks about Seattle, it's not a mecca for singles, and damn sure not for single black women. It's probably one of the worst places on the planet.
Listen to how Cynthia G talks.
And I'm coming from what Mr. Research says. He was like, yeah, you getting brothers that really aren't, he says it's very bad. So it makes it even worse because now you're not seeing, not a lot of masculinity, a bunch of identity crisis, and then you still can't even benefit from there. But I think you hit the nail on the head. They passed their window. And here's the thing: look at the brothers in the chat room. At 34, you still got your future. They only make women only. I mean, to not have a future, no kids, no nothing, dude. I mean, that's got to be
pretty devastating. Yeah.
Right. I mean,
here's the other thing. Here's the other thing. So the other reason why a lot of these sisters get upset with me is because I asked them openly, "What do I get?" And that brings us back to Cynthia G, Paris Milan, Olivia, Alexa, etc., etc., etc. What are they offering? I mean, because as me and Brian rightly agreed on, in the modeling world, and I know a little something about it because my sister did it. Women like Olivia, Alexa are common, man. That's not at all unusual. Right. So what are you offering outside of a pretty face that if you're a brother Kevin, come on, man. You know what I'm saying is true.
Right. 100 people with master's degrees go to interview. Which one's going to get the job? Right.
So, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of people. A lot of people don't know what's behind like the face of like an Olivia Alexa or a Cynthia G or a Paris Milan. They don't know what baggage that female has from STDs to babies.
I'll tell you what's behind it. I'll tell you exactly what's behind the typical adjustable chronic 7. A bunch of goddamn problems.
Yep.
Because you were not going to be her first choice.
Yeah.
Even when you get with her, she gonna always be like, "I had to settle for you." This is the ones that don't get some help. Now, the ones that get some help actually sit down with a therapist, take inventory, can take ownership, confess, go get with Nicole and get some femininity. They come to the table with a completely different attitude. But the chronic 7s are the damn worst because they was always looking for more than their value.
Mm-hmm. Right.
They've been lied to.
Right. Right. See, men, we can't get away with that. You know, we have to be whatever we are. And if we want more, as Obsidian's talked about, we have to work our way up to that. Mm-hmm. Women, you know, what's bothering particularly, like we'll just use Olivia Alexa as an example. Because we've been talking about her mostly in this stream. What bothered her, as we saw, and you notice how she titled that second video. She said something to the tune, correct me if I'm wrong, Obsidian, the MGTOW community made me do this. So she was letting MGTOW know, y'all hurt my feelings. Now I'm coming back at you. See, she's used to, I don't have to do no real work to upgrade myself. All I have to do is come with my nice looks, spice them up a little with, some lip gloss and some eyeliner, paint my eyebrows, put my lace front on, fit, get my hair done, get my makeup done, and just stand in front of this camera, hit a couple of talking points, and I get worshipped as a queen.
But she got a titty tattoo.
But Brian,
she found out different. She found out different. Huh?
Her response is human nature. When you feel attacked, what do? You attack back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But she has a titty tattoo.
Yeah, and hey, Kevin, I'm glad you noticed that because I was wondering if anybody else picked up on that. I'm gonna tell you right now.
I'm not gonna get a high quality man with a license plate.
Here's my thing personally. Within reason, I don't have a problem with tats. But here's the problem.
It's visible.
Here's the problem. Not only is it visible, but here's the other problem. It's ghetto.
Yes.
It marks you out as a lower class woman.
That is correct.
I didn't say that. Now, again,
I'll say it.
I don't have a problem with it, but I'm just saying. And that goes to my point.
There are cops that have tats.
She can't level up to the high post.
Let me speak to exactly what you're talking about. When I made my broadcast the other day talking about Black professional game, there is no way in the hell I could take her to the mayor's ball and she could wear off the shoulder gown with that fucking shit showing. She would embarrass the hell out of me.
Yep.
There's no way I could take a woman with a damn Nicole. I know you have something in your movement about visible tattoos. This is a non-starter with the kind of men she thinks she deserves.
Done.
The only guy she's going to get is the quote unquote,
Personally, as a blue collar guy and a guy that just likes beautiful art and stuff, and there can be tats that it can be definitely works of art. I ain't got no problem with it personally, but I ain't the guy she gunning for.
She's gunning for. Okay. That shit right there, again, is a multiple non-starter because you look up. Okay, she's a fair complected woman. She looks like she's past her prime. I'm just saying, with all the makeup on.
I noticed that too. I see a few wrinkles she trying to hide myself.
So, yeah, she had an extended window, and based on what I've seen, she would have been at least an 8, probably a 9 back in the day. But now I don't understand why. Well, she got that damn tattoo, and I just have a hard time imagining a Nicole Michelle with a titty tattoo. That is a sign of class. Anything else? Basically, you trying to be down with the street with that shit, and if that's the case, then you need to keep it on that level.
Up until now, Black women have been having basically what I refer to as a non-versation, basically a monologue. They just go there and just go into the public square through their advocates and their surrogates and whatnot, and they just basically just have their say with no talk back. But that thing's done changed.
Yeah.
See, social media, the democratization of tech has changed all of that now. Now you got brothers like me able to say what I want, when I want, how I want, and black women really can't do anything about it.
Nope.
They have to actually engage the argument now. They have to.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're having a real conversation. See, the very fact that Olivia Alexa came back less than a week after she made the first MGTOW video is proof of my point. The very fact that she did that proves that the black manosphere has arrived.
Yep. Yep. Like I said, if she was a stripper, she went to a strip club, she would be appealing to almost 100% of men who wanted to see her like that, plus taking her clothes off. If she went to a club, she would be appealing to about, say, 95%, almost 100% of men who like to see fine-ass females, no questions asked about their background, their history, if they got kids, nothing. Just something that he could potentially stick his dick in. But since she's on social media, okay, she has to contend with both the men that want to see just a pretty face, hit talking points that they want to hear, and men to say, no, give me something more than that. As the brother said in her comment section, he said, I've seen this before. I've seen this trick before. I did the Black Queen thing before. I need to see something else. I see it. Save yourself, brothers, because we've seen this trick before. Same thing that I say. She has to contend with those men too. See, so now it's
raptor claws. They're white raptor claws too. Oh Lord,
right. So it's not as easy as these females think it is going to be to just come on YouTube and in the black sector of YouTube and just hit, put on some makeup, or as I call it, fake up, and a lace front wig, get their hair done, and look all sexy. You saw in her first video when she thought she was cute. And she's attractive, but as the brother said, I see a few wrinkles. I was gonna bring that up earlier. I noticed a few wrinkles that she's trying to hide, but she thought she was cute. You saw how she was, moving her hair to kind of wave her hair, moving her head. She thought she was cute. But when she realized that shit wasn't gonna work on the majority of the target audience that she was targeting, okay, then she got mad. And Obsidian is kind of, he's kind of co-signing that in what he's saying. You can't run game on everybody just because you're a cute face on the internet, because what you broadcast is broadcast out to the entire world, and people have a right to interpret it the way they damn well please, whether they like you or they don't like you, whether they believe you or they don't believe you. You have to work to appeal to certain audiences or certain individuals.
Well, I mean, now those women that say what men want to hear, they go viral. They go viral all the time, and people will tag me on it on Facebook. Nicole, have you seen this? And I'm like, she's saying the same thing I'm saying, only she's 10 years younger than me, or she's in her 20s. She's talking about something she don't even know nothing about. Mm-hmm. she's regurgitating things she's heard men say, and it went viral. I saw Olivia Alexa's the actual video that went viral 2 years ago. I saw that and I was like, oh, okay, she's rather young to be talking like that, but okay. You know what I mean? It's like y'all have to. Men like to look at what they like to look at, and if I was 10 years younger, I would probably be super huge right now. But I'm older, and guys are like, yeah, I don't want to lay up with her. I want to lay up with Olivia Alexa. So she goes viral, and I understand the game, but y'all have to understand she doesn't have to have good content. She doesn't have to do any of that because she's young and pretty, and that's just how the game is. I get it.
I'm sorry. Are you done, or did you have something else? Because I just
men support her, so. If y'all don't want it, then cut it off sweep the leg. That's all I'm saying.
What would you going to say?
Well, okay, I'll tell you. Okay, in response to your woman not wanting to go out, because you're basically her gladius. And what is a gladius? A gladiator.
Gladius is a pig sticker, man. It's a short story.
But why does a gladiator get a gladius? A gladiator gets a gladius when he has proved his valor in the Colosseum. He's won a shit ton of stuff, and the crowd has roared and said, "We want him to go free." And the gladius is a symbol of that gladiator's freedom.
Yeah,
you're her goddamn gladius. All the work that she does, everything she does, you're her symbol that, look what I got for doing all this other shit. You're her visual representation, and she didn't got free of this fucked up feminist mindset. It reminds the other people who are sitting in the Coliseum that they need to keep on working. And they see that, and they're just like, well, damn it. As long as they can keep saying, ain't no good men out there, ain't no brothers out there, and they don't have to see it, they can live in their delusion, but you're a visual representation of what is possible, and y'all look good together and you're happy. Y'all are making it fucking difficult for them to be upset. So what do you think they're going to do? Turn around and say, you know what? All I got to do is drop about 70 pounds, get in the gym, be nicer, holler at Nicole Michelle, give me some therapy, get some femininity, and maybe next year I can have another dude too. That looks too much like overalls and work. No, it's easier to say, fuck that bitch. Fuck him too. What's wrong with her? Oh, man, come on, man.
She said it. Number one, many black women are manlets and bufferillas. Number two, that's number one. And number two, they're bitches.
Mm-hmm.
See, Cynthia G. And this goes back to a point that Kevin was talking about. See, you can be a Cynthia G in your day, right? And you can be a bitch, but because you're attractive, there are at least some men who will put up with you at least for a while because you are attractive. You might be a bitch, but you're attractive.
Fine, get you time.
That's one thing. But see, if you a bufferilla, if you a bust down and you a bitch, oh no. The only dudes that are going to mess with you are the dudes that got no options. The poor, the pookies, the dusties.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the only guys going to fuck with you.
And when you're a professional woman, I was listening to Tom Likas the other day. When you're a professional woman, I had to laugh. You are basically a booty call because honestly, you're probably higher on the food scale than the average guy that you want to date. You're more educated, and women, your hypergamy kicks in. So if you're working 50, 60, 70-hour weeks, that means you're not at home waiting on me when I get home. It's basically 10 o'clock at night. Hey, what you doing? I'm going to slide by there. You slide by here. We do what we do. We're going on about our business. There are a bunch of, the term was almost like alpha widows. Chicks that dated a bunch of was a chick for a bunch of alpha males, and that's all she fucks is alpha males and the masters of the universe. Got a lot of sisters who are like alpha widows who were good to go in their 20s, but they have over time they have let the pounds pack on, and life didn't beat them down. And those are really the worst ones to.
Well, here's another part of that you guys are missing, and I explained this to the folks on my page, and they were here. And I said, the more degrees you have, the more successful a woman is, the smaller her dating pool gets. And they went for my head, and I said, hold up, there's logic behind it. Okay, so say, for instance, I'm a paralegal. So if I exercise hypergamy, I wanted the attorneys in my office. But if I'm an attorney, y'all, guess what I want? I want the partner. I want bigger than me. But let's start doing round numbers. When you're dealing with black women, you got to roll the numbers. I said, do the number. Look at your job. What position do you hold? Now, how many black men? No. Just how many men, period? Because this applies straight across the board, not just black women. I said, this applies for white women, too. That's why they mad. I said, now, survey how many men that are available that make more money than you in your company. Oh, that makes sense, Nicole. I said, now see how unrealistic you are about your dating options. See, y'all up here arguing with me. You don't want black women to be educated, Nicole. I said, you stupid. I'm trying to help you get married. I'm trying to help you get what you want. Just get a man. You stupid. I'm trying to tell you, you sitting up here with your lace front half to the side talking about, these men ain't good enough. And I said, I did another post, and you be proud of me. I said, some of y'all gonna have to date ugly men. Some of y'all gonna have to date nerds. Some of y'all gonna have to date older. I ain't dating no ugly man. And then I click on her profile and I'm like, really, sis? I'm looking at her profile. I'm like, really, sis? You won't date an ugly man?
This is crazy.
But she's in her 30s with her lace front to the side. And I'm not dissing sisters. I'm just saying they're unrealistic. Like I'm telling you, just because he's not attractive as you listen. I said, this is how I grade.
He can have a beautiful goddamn wallet.
Yeah, I said, this is how I grade myself after makeup. I remove my makeup. That's my true number from scale 1 to 10. Grade yourself without makeup, because a lot of you grade yourself with makeup. Oh, I'm a strong 8 with makeup. I'm a 9 with makeup.
And I'm worse than that, Nicole. I tell him, this is how I want you to grade yourself. I want you to grade yourself after you step out of the shower, you still wet, look at yourself in the mirror. That is you. I used to tell people that in my spin class, because that is the realest representation. I was like, turn up the tension, climbing the hill. You don't want to, okay, you got to see you naked getting out the shower. That's the truth. And see, when I laugh when I hear black women are the group that holds on that they think they need to have fine men, I'm like, he can have a beautiful wallet and his situation can look hella fine.
Right.
Men are supposed to be effective. Women are supposed to be attractive. That's some masculine shit right there.
I was just going to say right quick, I think also society has to take part of the blame for this as well, because from an early age, we are not taught to be realistic about life. Just think about what they teach kids, the basic curriculum in these schools, like even in elementary. You're taught stuff like, algebra and social studies and geography, shit that you're not, for the most part, unless you're, unless you become like a scientist or a mathematician, a lot of this shit you are not really gonna fucking need in real life. Okay. You need to learn stuff like, how to fill out a job application, how to conduct yourself in a job interview, to understand what, certain laws are of your particular state, to learn how to present yourself when you're out in public, to learn how to fill out your taxes, stuff like that. They don't normally teach kids shit like this. And so a lot of people, they grow up and, as you get older, there's certain other things that you mislearn as well about love, about family, things that are traditional, but they are not realistic. A lot of this stuff that people are learning now, this stuff is so fucking outdated. It's worse than a piece of green bread sitting on a store shelf. You know what I'm saying? It should have been pulled. The tag should have been pulled and it should have been thrown out a long time ago. And so people from early on, even before you hit puberty and they start feeling funny down there, people, particularly females, but people in general, are not taught to be realistic about how to approach things like relationships and what to look for in the dating pool. Now, yeah, you're right, anything can happen, but I feel like the number one most important thing in life, and a lot of people would disagree with me, but it's not love, not even family. It's one word: survival. I can explain that if somebody wants me to or not. I know a lot of people would disagree with me, but survival of the individual is the most important thing. And once I realized that, after getting hurt and used, and not just hurt and used by women, but several things in life. I had a police lieutenant commander indirectly threaten me just the other week, and I'm planning on suing that department. A lot of people disrespect you. Life disrespects you. When you go through all of that shit and you come to understand the only number one thing that truly matters. There's a lot of things that are necessary. Don't get me wrong. There are a lot of things that are necessary. There's a lot of things a man can do. But the only thing that truly matters is survival. And once I realized that, I was a different man completely.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this special edition of the Brian Too Bad TV Solange show. For those of you who are new, if you didn't already know, I recently, as I've told my regular supporters and those who have been following and watching and listening to me over the years, I have cut back significantly on both major and minor video production due to increases in my work and other personal obligations. I cannot say when or if I will be able to return to what used to be regularly scheduled programming, which was basically a video every 2 days. But I have found a way to supplement for that by transitioning from vlogging on a regular basis to blogging. So although my main YouTube account is currently under suspension, I'm on timeout by YouTube's punk ass. By the time you hear this video, things should be back to normal. You can check me out and all of my blogs via community posts. It's just more convenient for me to write on stories and issues. I post both news, little gossip here and there, current events, issues related to, Black America, and I post polls, meaning posts that you can actually vote on a certain subject matter where I pose a question. So yeah, when you go to my main page, go over to the community link, and that's where you'll be able to see my content more often than not. It's been a few months since I've been posting regularly. I've just been busy. Things have been crazy. Since last month, they got even crazier. So yeah, if you want to see my content, just go to the community post section, and I try to make sure that I make a post every 2 days. For all the rest of you, welcome back. Thank you for continuing to support Brian Too Bad TV Solange show. Also, I want to apologize for the extra long intro, almost 2 hours. For those of you who are still here, I basically just wanted to get a bunch of stuff out of the way, in regards to the whole situation, as we are fully aware of at this point, of Mr. Kevin Samuels passing. Actually, the live stream the heavily edited live stream, because it was like 5.5 hours, the live stream that I shared with you guys right before this that just ended, that live stream was actually a live stream that I had planned to edit and release, where I had been on with Mr. Kevin Samuels about 3.5, close to 4 years ago, back towards the end of 2018. And like other projects, video projects, I got tied up in other stuff, got busy, and sidetracked, and just never got to editing it and releasing it. It was one of the last live streams that I ever did where I went on somebody else's show. As you know, I don't tend to mingle on other people's live shows because there's just too much unpredictable buffoonery and fuckery. And the rare times that I do live streams since 2018, 99% of the time it's my own live stream, and I'm doing it by myself. I don't hang in the circles of a lot of these motherfuckers on social media, because as I'm being more and more reminded, day after day, my hashtag Malboro man mindset is going to have to extend, where I'm talking about, a solitary lifestyle. It's going to have to extend beyond my physical life, and it's going to have to also include a lot of what I do in my virtual life, because these motherfucking fucked up ass niggas, well, Kwesi said it best: being around a stupid motherfucker will get you fucked up or otherwise killed in ways that you cannot even possibly imagine. So, and we've been through that. But anyway, thank everybody who's still here after damn near 2 hours. We're going to get into a lot of different things. I can't tell you how long this stream's going to be. First of all, I just want to say, moderators, make sure you do your job given the topic at hand. Yeah, I mean, most of you niggas should be used to streams this long. Well, it's a premiere, it's not a stream, but because it's not live, it's a premiere, but it's similar. But given the topic at hand, and the heavily edited live stream where I was on with Kevin Samuels, before he really blew up 4 years ago. Like I said, I don't know how long this is gonna go, but you guys should be used to it, because a lot of these money grubbing, goofy motherfuckers be holding 5, 6, 7, 8 hour live streams, so on a daily basis. So this should really be nothing special for any of you guys. But anyway, so yeah, Mr. Kevin Samuels is dead, as most people know by now. That's been the news for a few days now. Before we get to that, I do just want to touch on one thing. I know I said I would elaborate on this. Not going to speak on it too much, but I just want to, in general, address some of the lies and other bullshit that's been put out there about myself and FS Avenger after the incident that occurred last month. Number one, nothing has happened to me in any way, shape, or form. Number two, I am in full control of FS Avenger, and I am free to do with it as I so please. Okay? Right now, I am choosing to keep it down, because a week before what happened last month, as many of you know, I had already been in talks with a local tech about what I've been telling you guys since the summer of 2021, migrating data off of that website to remove the need for a third-party server onto my own personal office server, to cut back on the expenses needed to run the site. I had been planning, even before the incident that happened last month, to run the site myself. I've been planning that, again, since last summer. Okay, just suffered some financial setbacks. I was just in the process of getting on track to at least remove the data off the site onto a separate storage device when, you know, the incident that happened. Okay? Not going to speak on it too much except what I just said. And as far as all these fucking idiots talking all this stupid shit that they're talking on the internet, you know, once again, it just it just proves why niggers can't get anywhere past, you know, where they are right now, which is basically the toilet bowl, because they have goldfish in the jar mentality. And, you know, every chance they get to try to bring somebody down, trying to do something, particularly for their stupid asses, you know, I mean, that's the story of niggerdom in Black America. But I'm really not going to touch on that too much. I may get to it a little later, but for right now, that's all I'm going to say about that. Oh, one other thing, I'm going to say this. Figuratively speaking, I can't say when FS Avenger is coming back, but when it does come back, been speaking with some brothers about this. I may choose to make it my own personal website. Now listen. I don't want to take away from any of those of you who faithfully support it through donations and promoting the website over the years. I don't want to make it seem like I'm taking away from any of the support and loyalty that you guys gave. I thank all of you from the bottom of my heart. It's been much appreciated. Without you, FS Avenger could not have come as far as it did. However, figuratively speaking, I've spoken to you guys about the Marlboro Man lifestyle that I live, okay? Which is basically like Mr. David Carroll, the late great David Carroll, a solitary, very isolated lifestyle, okay? I don't bother nobody. Nobody bothers me. I'm off in the cut doing my business, alternative living, okay? I'm very busy most days and most nights, okay? And I literally do not have time for bullshit, which is why I don't pay attention. You know, people sending me links to what all these shitheads and dumbass bitches are saying about me on the internet. I haven't even fully watched, you know, a single video of any of their bullshit, because I don't give a fuck. And even if I did, I wouldn't have time, okay? However, figuratively speaking, like I said, I'm not going to speak on anything specific, but figuratively speaking, okay? Let's just put it like this. Reason why I'm thinking about taking FS Avenger off of being a public video sharing platform and just making it my own personal website, you know, like Tommy Sotomayor, he has his own personal website where I'm only posting my content, is because I'm the only person that I know at this point that I can 100% trust. Okay? Figuratively speaking, I don't need, because I don't have any kids, okay? And I told you guys before, because remember, there were problems with this site well before the incident that happened. The spamming, the Russian hacking, the expenses, the lack in funding through donor support, traffic was falling off. Just it was a whole host of things. The site was dying anyway. Okay. But let me put it like this. I don't have no kids. Okay. And I certainly don't have children that are twice my age. Now I understand, given the topic that we're going to be talking about tonight, the death of Kevin Samuels, a lot of black men, like black women, are not only looking for a savior, they're looking for that father or that motherly figure that they never had. Okay? I'm sorry, and I'm being as politically correct as I can. I'm sorry, I can't be your parent. Okay? I'm not here to raise grown people. If you are a nigga that walks through certain doors, you are walking through those doors alone. Okay? People sending me stupid ass emails, asking me stupid ass questions. Understand this. If you cross certain lines, you are crossing those lines by your fucking self. Okay? Period. End of story. I don't have time, figuratively speaking, for parent-teacher conferences of people who are supposed to be grown doing dumb shit. Okay? Especially not parent-teacher conferences at the level. Like I said, I ain't got no kids, online or off. And I sure in the fuck don't have kids that are older than me. You feel me? So when other people's actions and stupidity start affecting me, then I have to reevaluate. Is it really worth doing anything, including having a website where I allow public access to that website? Okay? So we're going to see what happens with that. But for right now, FS Avengers definitely coming back, but I cannot say, if I allow access to it, from other than just myself, it's going to be very carefully hand-picked, selected niggas. Okay? And that's, like I said, I'm feeling myself going in. That's all I'm going to say about that. I done said that about a half a dozen times. So anyway, that's done. Okay, so that's out the way. Now, on to this issue of Kevin Samuels. Oh, no. That'll take care of itself. Never mind. On to this issue of this guy Kevin Samuels. I was just talking with Akwesi, aka the brother of Logic and Common Sense, via email and text, and we were discussing about how crazy of the last 6 months it's fucking been. I mean, what can you say? David Carroll passed away unexpectedly. He disappeared in late November of last year. His passing, although there's no official date of death by the family, it appears he died of natural causes sometime on or around December 14th, 2021. Then, of course, you had the Will Smith buffoonery at the Academy Awards, where he assaulted and slapped Chris Rock. Then, of course, we had the incident last month that I'm sure all of you know about. And then, I just heard about Dave Chappelle getting tackled on stage. And now, this Mr. Kevin Samuels, a man who had made it beyond even the success of Tommy Sotomayor, to the point where he was becoming a household name in the black sector of social media and really in black America. Now, many of you are well aware that I was absolutely no fan of Kevin Samuels. I did not like the guy. I did not like or agree with what he stood for. Okay? And we're going to go into all of that tonight. I'm going to break that down detail by detail. We're going to go over what is known right now about how he died, where he died, who he died with, yada, yada, yada. We're going to get into all of that. Okay? But I do want to say this, starting off, that no matter what I thought about Kevin Samuels, and I went in on this Negro, I went in hard in the paint on multiple occasions. Okay? I went in on this guy. But no matter what I thought about this guy, I would not wish what happened to this poor man on anybody except my worst enemies. Okay, I ain't gonna say that I never ever wished death on anybody, but I wouldn't wish what happened to him on anybody unless they were my worst enemy. And worst enemy is that's a pretty narrow strip. Okay, for this man to be at the height of his success, so to speak, and to be, I don't want to say he was in the prime of life because it appears he was in his mid to late 50s. By the way, anybody in the chat room, somebody please post a link, because between these gossip sites and these news media sites, I can't get straight what Mr. Samuel's age actually was. I mean, I'm hearing everything from 52 years old to 57 years old. The most popular rumors are that he was either 56 or 57 years old. Somebody please give me something to confirm and verify how old this guy was. I looked up. Surprisingly, he did not have a Wikipedia page. And it's just, I don't think nobody yet, somebody should, because the medical examiner's office report should be becoming public soon enough. I don't know if that's public record in Georgia, but I assume it is. Somebody please get their hands on verifiable information about how old this man was. Okay, but I mean, David Carroll, by all accounts, was 56 years old, and it appears that Kevin Samuels was around the same age. And even though I didn't agree with the guy, even though I really didn't like him, not because of him, just because I didn't like, the things he stood for, his talking points. I had discussed with you guys last year. I did a story on this beautiful young black chick by the name of Aisha Faines. She was a feminist. She was a swirler. I disagreed with like 95% of the shit she said. She was one of these, wannabe leveling up, hypergamous, free-spirited females that, one of these, hey single lady type chicks that, basically just did whatever she wants. She was a popular blogger on Grapevine, and she was pretty popular on Instagram. She died suddenly at the same age I was at the time, in the summer of last year, at the age of 35. And in that video, if you watched it, even though I didn't agree with her, really didn't like what she stood for, I said that because she never, seemed to viciously attack black men, and she seemed to, kind of keep it classy, even though she co-signed with a lot of ratchet bullshit, I was going to maintain my composure and address her life and death in a respectful manner, because she was respectful. Okay. And I remember when David Carroll died, Akwesi was making reference to a certain female on here who, has made it clear that she sees black men as her enemy. She kept it very classy when addressing David Carroll's death, and it appears she has done the same thing with Kevin Samuels. Now, there were a lot of people, Kevin Samuels, like myself, like David Carroll, he was one of those love or hate type of dudes, you either liked him and supported him, or you disliked him and didn't want to have anything to do with him. But I will say this, okay? It seriously disturbs me that Mr. Kevin Samuels has passed on, especially in the manner in which it is being described that he passed on. Okay, it's not like he was, walking across the street and got hit by a dump truck. It's not like he was driving in his Maserati and got T-boned at an intersection. It's not like, he was coming out of a casino and got struck by a stray bullet from, some thugs shooting at each other. This man was 57 years old. At the height of his success and his fame, so it seemed. And his life was cut short by all reports that I'm hearing, by a serious, severe heart attack. He went into cardiac arrest. He was at his apartment, allegedly, with a Hispanic female who, social media is calling a nurse, but she looks more like Insta Thought, and I'm gonna get into all of that a little later on. But yeah, they said that he was with her. We don't know what state he was, what state he was with her doing, but something tells me that they weren't dating. They're probably doing what grown folks do. They was probably fucking. I'd imagine that he probably didn't know her that long or that well. This wasn't a friend of his. They were doing what they did, and at some point, he started complaining of chest pains. I don't know if this was before or after they did what they did. And then she claims, according to reports, that she tried to help him up as he was complaining of chest pains, and then he just collapsed. He just fell over, and she called 911. Paramedics and fire department, Atlanta paramedics and fire department came. Police came. They started administering CPR. She claimed to ask for a defibrillator, which doesn't make sense. Why would you ask for a defibrillator from the paramedics that are going to use it on him anyway? But anyway, they tried to resuscitate him, but he was gone. He was gone. And, they took him to the hospital after failing to revive him on the scene, and he was pronounced dead. I don't know if it was dead on arrival or he was pronounced dead at the hospital after they tried to continue to work on him. Now, man, oh man. I thought about writing down bullet points for what I wanted to say tonight, because as you can imagine, as David Carroll would say, there's a lot in this. Okay? There are a lot of lessons to be learned here. There are a lot of things that have to be analyzed here. But I think it's important to begin with the very obvious. Now, of all the reports that I've heard about what happened with Mr. Samuels meeting his untimely and very unfortunate demise, there was this one report, and I forget where I heard it from, but someone was saying, or somebody had wrote, that according to witnesses, the woman that he was with, when he started complaining of chest pains, this was actually several hours before he collapsed and soon thereafter died. And he was asked if 911 should be called and if he should go to the hospital, if he wanted to go to the hospital. And he declined several times, saying that he did not want to go to the hospital. Now, we don't know, none of us know, a 57-year-old man, not obese, gray hair, appeared to somewhat be in shape. He was kind of a slender dude like myself. I don't know exactly how much he weighed, but it looked like he definitely weighed far less than 200 pounds. We don't know, just like with David Carroll, we don't know in what medical state he was in. I've heard that at the age of 21 years old, he survived cancer. I also heard that he had a thing for Red Bull energy drinks, and Red Bull is known to cause mid-range and, in rare cases, very serious cardiopathic issues with heart rhythm. I've heard there was this one report out. It might have been from the haters, but I don't know. It could be true, because a lot of what people do behind closed doors, most of us don't know about. Just like when Prince died, unless something happens to him in the middle of what they're doing, like Philip Seymour Hoffman, or like I said, Prince or Michael Jackson. A lot of people do drugs. There was a black actor, I forget his name. He died, I think, earlier this year. He played in Lovecraft Country and a couple of other well-known movies. I forget his name now. But there was a report out that his heart attack, his cardiac arrest, was the result of him doing fentanyl that was laced with cocaine, and that he may have also drank a little alcohol. There was a report out that he met this Hispanic chick, this floozy, this bimbo, at a bar in downtown Atlanta, and picked her up, took her back to his place, and we can pretty much figure out what happened or what was supposed to happen that night at his place. People keep calling her a nurse, but these fucking doxer idiots have been looking up information and they can't find anything about her being a registered nurse. That doesn't mean that she isn't. That doesn't mean that she's not registered in another state. It just means she's not registered in the state of Georgia. My thought, you know what I think about these hoes anyway? I'm thinking that, she's probably what they used to call the local honey trap, just a hoe in a haystack, just one of them bimbos that sits around at bars and clubs and hotel lobbies or on cruise lines, looking for some dude with money to pick her up right quick so, she can do the do and get paid. But, I don't know. There's a lot of rumors floating around out there. So I looked at Kevin Samuels. Like I told y'all from the beginning, him in those pinstripe suits really didn't impress me for several reasons. One of the reasons I didn't bring it up until now, because I didn't really think it was relevant. I noticed that he looked not sickly, but he looked a little funny in the face to me. Like maybe he was, I won't say malnourished. He just did not look healthy in the face to me. He never did. And that could just be his face, Everybody's different, but he never looked physically as a healthy to me. He just never did. I know some people they just look funny, but those suits and those glasses he wore did not impress me. Also, like with the tragic death of Chadwick Boseman 2 years ago, nobody knew that Chadwick Boseman was battling stage 4 colon cancer until he finally died from it. That's the way the world found out about that. It's very possible that Kevin Samuels may have, all of that stuff I'm sure is going to come out, but it's possible that he may have been battling some illness secretly, like maybe a recurrence of cancer or heart disease, or the possibilities at his age and being a aging black male in America, possibilities are endless. You know, and also there's the issue of the mystery female that he was, well, she's not mystery. Everybody knows her name now. She's some Hispanic bimbo that I think was just a local honey trap. If you don't if you don't know what a honey trap is, look it up. I don't feel like explaining it. But you know, there's also the issue of her. You know, what's her background? You know, who knows her? Who was she with last? Who does she work for? Is she really a nurse? You know, or did she just so happen to be in the hotel? I mean, in the bar or whatever with this man, or was she placed there by someone? Okay, I know. Again, I'm not accusing this woman of anything. I don't know her. She might be a really nice lady. Maybe she really did try to help him, but you know, I have been warning these Negroes, and ironically, irony of ironies, I believe it was Kevin Samuels' close friend Obsidian, who I used to run with but fell out with. He was talking about on the last live stream that I ever did with him. He was, I think it was him. He was the one that was, it was either him or Kevin Samuels. They were talking about laying down with strange women. And what they meant was women who are strangers to you. And definitely doing that and not wrapping it up. No, it was, I think it was Nagone. One of those guys who used to be on Obsidian's panel on a regular basis back in like 2018. I forget. It's been so long. But one of them were talking about laying down with stranger women. You know, bringing stranger women home. You know, I think that was earlier this year or last year. There was a big to do about black men, these passport for pussy ass niggas, going down to Colombia and getting their dumbasses drugged and robbed by the Latina bitches down there. You know, and everybody knows it's no secret that these niggas are not the overriding majority. I'm not gonna say all, because there's always an exception to the rule, but the overriding majority of niggas that were going down to South America, places like Brazil and Colombia, were paying for pussy. They were basically renting prostitutes, and quite a few of them got caught up in robbery, where these females, they worked for these pimps and these gangs that would give them this very dangerous drug called scopamine. Okay, and what would happen was the female would lure the target, in this case a black male tourist, from a bar or a club. This dumb nigga think he going to get some pussy somewhere. She take him around the corner, blow some scopamine in his face. Somebody pull up in a car, put him in it, or she you know, walks him to his apartment. They take his keys, his wallet, let themselves in his place, or she's already in his place, and lets other people in while he's knocked the fuck out by this what they call it, devil's breath. And they just clean this motherfucker out. By the time he comes to, if he regains consciousness, all his shit is gone. This boy got took. So, you know, again, I hope that the Atlanta Police Department does a thorough investigation, because I'm gonna be honest with y'all, you know, I didn't know Kevin Samuels. I didn't really follow him like that. I'm sure there are people that are closer to this than me. It very likely was natural causes, but I'm not going to 100% rule out the possibility that, you know, she may have had something to do with it. I don't know, you know. And then also, you know, you got to think, you know, if you just consider how all these, you know, fraudulent, goofy, dumbass niggas, some of which are convicted felons, you know, all these beta male stalking apes, like this fucking idiot village arsonist that keeps tagging my fucking name in fucking posts and shit, like some fucking weirdo talking about what I'm not doing for David Carroll, when I did more for David Carroll in my one fucking pinky finger than he's done in his whole fucking life. There's a lot of crazy, demented ass motherfuckers out there. Okay? Which is another reason why I stay to myself. There are a lot of wacky ass, fucked up ass people out there. Okay? You don't, that's what somebody was cautioning Tommy Sotomayor against, doing all these meet and greets. You better check up on what happened to John Lennon. I remember, I think Obsidian in his tribute to Kevin Samuels, he talked about, somebody on the panel talked about how Kevin Samuels never rolled with security. Man, listen, Gianni Versace found out, John Lennon found out, several people found out. Like, you got to be fucking careful, especially when you're taking somebody back into your private residence. I mean, it's dangerous enough just being out in public, okay, with exposed to the elements. When you're at a level like Kevin Samuels is at, or even many years ago, Gianni Versace, when he was assassinated by that gay male prostitute, I mean, you can't be walking around like you're a regular person. Most people know you. They know you got status. They know you got fame. They know you got wealth. You got a lot of jealous-hearted, goofy, retarded, strange-ass motherfuckers out there. I mean, you look at how these motherfuckers trying to slander my fucking name and release information about me and my family and shit, not that like I said, just so long as motherfuckers ain't getting close to me, I'm not really worried about what they gonna do to me. But, motherfuckers will try to destroy you online. So you gotta assume as many haters as Kevin Samuels had, you gotta assume that you're gonna have some people that might try to do you harm in real life too. You can't just be moving around like you just anybody. I mean, go look up what happened to that actress Rebecca Schaefer back in 1989, or even that young girl, that singer Christina Grimmie in 2016. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just be moving around like you're just any other person. Like, if you're not gonna have security, and I'm sure at where he was financially, I'm sure he could have afforded at least a bodyguard or a private investigator, or somebody that could, I mean, you're talking about all this image consultant stuff. You got to be looking out for your own personal safety too. Okay, so I guess it's not fair at this point to fully elaborate on that because, again, nobody knows. But I'm just gonna say this, and somebody else had mentioned this that made a video about it as well. Kevin Samuels may have had some type of pre-existing condition like coronary artery disease that he didn't know about, but something tells me, I co-signed with another brother that made a video about this, I think yesterday. I am leaning more towards this being a sudden health, what they call a medical emergency, than something that was unfolding over a course of time. Now, what would cause this sudden health emergency? Again, anything from foul play to a drug overdose to some type of adverse effect with drinking Red Bull or, mixing alcohol with, something else he shouldn't have been mixing it with. Who knows? Okay, but I get the feeling that he didn't just die. This wasn't like something that he had been battling for quite a while. Because if you look at like his last few Instagram videos, you can clearly see a man that was upbeat. He was, he appeared to be in high spirits. He was acting goofy in his videos. There was no indication that anything was wrong, like his health was deteriorating. Like me and Quasi had mentioned, when David Carroll passed away last year, there was a slight, however slight it might have been, there was a slight indication that David Carroll was coming down with something. He even said so himself. And you could hear him cough a little bit in the video. So when he disappeared after a few weeks, everybody kept coming back to that. Okay, well, we heard him coughing a little bit. That wasn't the first time we had heard him coughing, but when he disappeared, everybody started worrying about that cough. And then later, come to find out, at least according to his family, he died of COVID complications, and he said himself that he had other health issues as well. But with Kevin Samuels, though, to me, again, I don't watch his content like I did David Carroll. I don't agree with the man, so I don't watch people that I disagree with. I'm not like these monkeys like Struggle Dusty in Indianapolis that, want to argue with people that you don't like or disagree with. I just move the fuck on. That's me. Okay, but from what I saw in his last activity on social media, I don't see it. I do not see where he looked like he was coming down with something, or like something was wrong. And again, look, don't get me wrong. Some people like Miss USA, the bitch who jumped off the 19th floor of the Orion in downtown Manhattan, with her pretty self. I mean, there was no indication. Well, okay, she left kind of like an indirect suicide note. Okay, but that was minutes before she jumped. Before that, I mean, she appeared to be high as a kite on top of the world and shit, before she turned herself into red paste on the concrete below. I mean, so some people are really good at hiding stuff that's wrong in their life, but in most cases, especially if the person is frequent at doing certain things, somebody's gonna notice something's wrong, whether it's on the job, whether it's family, close friend. There were no indications that anything was necessarily wrong in Kevin Samuels' immediate life or in his immediate circle of presence. So who know, dead is dead. So I can't say I hope it was natural causes, but you gotta watch out, man. Especially if you're gonna be living that life, and we gonna get to all the irony about him being caught dead with what appears to be a high-end prostitute. But we gonna get to that, after talking about all of this, high-value men, get married and all that stuff. We're gonna get into all that. But as far as his personal safety, his security, not taking that stuff seriously, it's just not something. I'm nowhere near on his level. I probably never will be on his level, because I can't feed these niggas. I can't spoon feed them what they want to hear. Okay, I'm gonna tell them what they need to know, whether they like it or not. Okay, people who don't like that can take a flying fuck for all I care. I'm not here to appease anybody, but I'll probably never be on his level. But I take personal security very, very seriously. Okay, I've discussed that with y'all on several occasions. Okay, but there is also the aspect of what if it was natural causes. And I had discussed this with the brother through email. What was that? Like 2 days ago. I said, there's several ironies here with Kevin Samuels, being where he was, surpassing Tommy, as far as, YouTube fame in, this very small sector of black male social media, or black social media. Being where he was and calling himself an image consultant, and all of this, where he went from lighting strobe lights in, a little tiny apartment, or a little tiny room. I don't know how tiny the apartment was, but in a little small room, from going from that to, doing interviews with celebrities and, the dating coach thing and teaching people how to dress and all of this stuff. And yet, who knows how close he was paying attention to his health. Okay. But the mere reality that there is a very credible report out there, as I told y'all earlier, that the woman that he was with said that he had been complaining of chest pains hours before what happened to him, and he refused to go to the hospital and get himself checked out. A hospital visit which may very well have spared his life. That tells me something about Kevin Samuels, unfortunately, if that is actually true. What it tells me is that, like a lot of black men, including black men in my very own family, he probably very likely did not take his personal health as seriously as he should have. That's not to say that he completely neglected his personal health. I mean, he wasn't overweight, okay? And he did survive cancer. But if you're having something as serious as chest pains, okay, and you don't have like an anxiety disorder like I do, where I frequently get chest pains and dry cough and all kinds of shit happens to me. I from time to time I have chronic pain. But these are things that I'm used to. I know I've already been to the hospital. I've had the EKG machines. I've had to, had my vitals checked and everything. If you're getting chest pain and you're not accustomed to having chest pain or shortness of breath, and you're not going to get that checked on, I mean, you're really not a very intelligent person. You're really not. Okay? In my personal opinion, you're just not. Okay? People that are normal and healthy and don't have, anxiety disorders or chronic pain, you're not going to, on a normal basis, get chest pain. Okay? Unless you're developing an anxiety disorder or chronic pain for some reason, or unless there's something seriously wrong with your cardiovascular system, or you have some kind of an infection. Okay? There's several things, including angina, coronary artery disease, hardening of the arteries, blockage of the arteries. It may very well have been that this man had heart disease or heart failure and not even known it. I told you guys a couple of years ago that my aunt on my mother's side, she died of heart failure back in 2020. And, the two leading causes of death in this world, not just in this country or for black people, are cancer and heart disease. With heart disease surprisingly far exceeding cancer. Okay? The fact of the matter is, most of us are going to die from some type of heart related illness. Why is this? Because the heart is the hardest working, most consistently moving organ and part in your body. Your heart never gets a break, ever. Your brain gets a break when you go to sleep, but your heart can never stop pumping. Okay? So because of that fact, there's so many things that can go wrong under so many different circumstances, in so many different situations that, I mean, if you start feeling funny, okay, like dizziness, sensitivity to light, shortness of breath, pain in the chest, and you're not going to go get that checked out right away, plus You're not a young person. You're not a spring chicken. You know, you're 56, you're 57 years old, and you're not gonna get that shit checked out. I mean, I'm not gonna say you deserve what happens to you, but that's just stupid. That's just plain fucking stupid. Okay, I can't even describe. Almost all of them were false alarms, but I can't even describe the amount of times that I've been to the emergency room over the years. Okay, I'm like a white person when it comes to that shit. If I feel anything that's off, you know, like, and it feels like it's really off, I may not go to the emergency room, but I'm going to get that shit checked out ASAP. If it doesn't go away, if it's something that goes away, you know, like there's certain things, because I have certain issues. There's certain things I'm used to by now, I'm a veteran of. But if I feel that, you know, that new shit that I'm just not vibing with, a symptom that I haven't experienced before, and it doesn't go away, you know, like on its own, it, you know, just kind of lingers in a certain area, I'm not just gonna sit around like a naive ass motherfucker and you know, just blow it off. Okay, you have to know your body, okay, and you have to know what to look for, what to listen for, you know, what is normal for you, because everybody's normal is different. Okay, for me, feeling, you know, tension and tightness and even occasional pain that jumps around from one spot to the next, including my chest, that's normal for me on most occasions. But other people, that may not be normal. Okay? So, you know, none of us know the full circumstances, but the mere fact that there's a rumor out there that this man refused to go to the hospital. He refused to go to the hospital after feeling chest pains. That unfortunately lets me know that he was part of that sad segment of black men who do not take their health seriously. And we have to look at the irony here. Okay? This man was all about outward appearance. One of the things that aggravated me the most about him, no disrespect, but, you know, condolences to his family, of course, no disrespect to him in death or anything, but one of the things that aggravated me the most about Kevin Samuels is he would always do these size up questions with a person, whether he was talking about a black bitch or some black nigger. He'd always ask you, you know, how tall are you? How much you weigh? Do you have kids? He always size you up. It's just irritating because it's so snake oil salesmanish to me. But the reality is, okay, he was all about outward appearances. Okay, so-called image consultant. You know, what does a person look like on the outside? I disagree with it, but these were his convictions. His thorough belief was that your outward appearance, how you present yourself, how you front yourself, and he, you know, he certainly practiced what he preached, okay, in the way he dressed. Your outward appearance is going to be a major determining factor in the level of success that you have and the level of status that you achieve. This is what he believed, okay? And like with David Carroll and what he stood for, as Akwesi would say, he stood on that principle, and apparently he died on that principle. But see, this is precisely exactly why for the last few years, not only have I been speaking out against what I feel are these greatly flawed theories and beliefs of people like Kevin Samuels, but I have been speaking about learning how to live for yourself, to work on yourself, okay, and be comfortable with being by yourself. See, Kevin Samuels believed that not only are there strength in numbers, but there's strength in presenting a certain appearance. No matter how fake or fraudulent or hollow of a shell you might be as a human being. Okay, you got to put on that suit if you're a woman. You got to lose weight. You got to look sexy. You know, all of this, that, and the third. Okay, but I rarely, if ever, and again, all fairness, I didn't watch that much of his content. But from what I heard, he was not big on taking care of the inside. Okay, and there's too many narrow-minded niggas from these niggas that be getting these cheap-ass cars, you know, and then go out and buy these damn ghetto rims, these 22s, and put goddamn rims and wheels on the car that are 2 or 3 times more expensive than the car itself, to, you know, all this jewelry these niggas wear. You know, they paying these huge car notes on these vehicles, can barely pay their damn light bill. It's too much fakeism with niggas. Okay? Always, you know, faking. I remember there was a black comedian talking about that. Talking about how, you know, white people, you know, they may dress like lames, but their bills are paid. Niggas are always about appearance. Okay? They're not, I told y'all, with black females, but I really got to extend this to black men too, because I realize a lot of black men are a mirror reflection of the backwards ass raggedy bitches that raised them. It is what it is. Get mad if you want, I don't care. Okay? But it's all this fake it till you make it, you know, look like something I'm not, you know, take all these pictures in these fancy locations, you know, like I'm living large or like I'm on $1 million vacation, all this bullshit that amounts to nothing. And these niggas, male and female, are dropping like fucking flies. Okay? You're more concerned with your outward appearance than you are with your inward health. That's a problem. Okay? It may vary, you know, again, I hope it's not the case. But, you know, Kevin Samuels may very well have been slipped something. You know, it's a common thing. It is especially when you're dealing with what they call themselves strange females. Okay, mounting, I think Nagone called it mounting strange females. Okay? You know, when you're going down that road, okay? I think I did a story last year of some thought in East St. Louis. She was part of this duo of thug thoughts that were going around luring guys from strip clubs and robbing them. And I said, you know, well, one of the females got by one of their potential victims because he was carrying a piece on him. But I said, you know, ain't no telling how many dudes have been victimized by this female and may very well have even been murdered directly or indirectly by this female and the criminal ring that she was running with. You know what I'm saying? I mean, when you are playing that game of picking up, you know, hoes from these clubs, these bars, you know, going on these fling websites and picking up these strange chicks, really, you as a man, you're not much safer than females who do that type of stuff. You know, meeting with strange men and shit. I mean, you're really, I'm not gonna say you're playing Russian roulette, but you're playing a dangerous game, bro. You know, even if this chick he was with wasn't with nobody who put her up to it, like, you know, who knows? She may have slipped something in his drink, you know, to try to render him unconscious so she could rob him. Again, I don't know the chick. I'm not accusing her of doing that, but I'm just saying the possibilities are endless. Or it could have very well been that, you know, while he's so busy image consulting and teaching people, you know, how to look cool and look good, you know, and you know, you got to look the part to to get the part. I mean, it may very well have been that he had some type of underlying serious condition, like, you know, hardening or blockage of or narrowing of the arteries, you know, and it just wound up catching up with him. We won't know, of course, until the medical examiner's report comes out. But, you know, a lot of the times, these people be so fucked up in the way they live, the medical examiner can't even come out with a definitive cause of death. I'm seeing more and more where medical examiners' reports end with, you know, undetermined cause of death. You know, they can't determine how the motherfucker died. You know, so that remains to be seen. But I think the most important thing for we as black people and black men to learn from this is that you got to take care of your health. Okay, I'm not saying don't give a fuck how you look when you step outside the house, but it's like people, especially black people, it's like too many of us conveniently forget that these bodies that we have are like machines. They're like natural machines. Okay, you have a pumping heart. You have blood flowing at hundreds of miles an hour through your veins and arteries. You know, you have a liver, you have kidneys, okay? You have intestines and a stomach. You have, you know, a brain, you have a spine, okay? The stuff that sustains your life, I know you don't, you know, it's not intended that you think about it 24/7, but these things do have to be maintained, okay? It's not just about high heels and dresses and skirts and, you know, pinstripe suits and fancy, you know, shoes and jewelry and nice cars. It's not about all that, bruh. Okay? Because if you ain't got it on the inside, mentally and physically, your outside appearance is not going to save your ignorant black ass. I'm just, I'm sorry to have to tell you this. Okay? But not enough black people put an emphasis on fucking health. I told you guys, and I've been telling you since last year, I had to really step it up a notch. Something, you know, in the interest of what we're talking about with Kevin Samuels, I'm gonna tell you guys something that I was originally not gonna mention, but I mentioned so much about myself, I might as well. On January 18th of this year, I actually had a little bit of a health scare. A little bit of a health scare, not a major one, because 1 out of every 3 Americans has it. But on January 18th, I was diagnosed with high cholesterol, and it was extremely high. Now, I don't know if that was because I didn't fast before the blood test or just because it was high, okay? It was like, well, let me put it like this. Regular cholesterol is 190. It was like 275 or some shit. Scared the shit out of me. Scared, and it puzzled me because, you know, and that's the thing, you know, people talk about obesity, but you don't have to be obese to have something go wrong with your heart or to have high cholesterol or even have high blood pressure. Okay, obesity certainly does not help the matter, but you don't have to be, you don't have to be obese to have, you know, these type of problems arise in your life. Okay, and so again, I don't know, to this day I don't know if it was a false reading, because you're supposed to fast before you take any blood test, but you know, I don't remember if I did, or if it was a real reading where I hadn't eaten anything and it was just higher than fuck. But you know, I've discussed how I'm a workaholic. You know, I'm a private contractor, so I'm constantly out on the road. It was a real shocker for me. And so I had already been doing things to improve my health, like exercising 3 times a day. But I tell you this, when I was told that I had high cholesterol, first thing I did when I left the hospital, first thing I did was go to the bicycle repair shop. And you're probably wondering, what the hell does that have to do with having high cholesterol? Well, I had this bike that this guy gave to me from the basement of one of the places that I used to live many years ago. Good bike. But I basically just took it, put it in my office. I don't really do anything with it. But when I heard I had high cholesterol, I said, okay, all right. Apparently what we've been doing ain't good enough. So I took that bike immediately to the bike repair shop, and I paid this man to fix it. Tweak it up. It didn't need that much fixing. But I said, okay, it's going to be me and this fucking bike. And from that very day, as soon as it got fixed, I went out and I rode the bike for a mile. The next day, 2 miles. Day after that, 3 miles. Day after that, 3.5 miles. So on and so forth. And on the days that I didn't bicycle, I did an aerobic exercise called HIIT. HIIT, a HIIT workout. Some of you who are fitness freaks, you know what that is. I made sure to do an anaerobic exercise, whether it was biking, HIIT workout, push-ups, sit-ups. I made sure to do an anaerobic exercise, at least one regimen every day. On top of that, at least 2 stretch exercises. So I was exercising 3 times a day. I started taking garlic because garlic is known to lower cholesterol. I considered taking red yeast rice. I bought some as a precautionary. I said, look, if all this shit that I'm doing is not working, then I'm going to take this red yeast rice, which is supposed to be a natural statin. Though some people, including the FDA, they have made the argument that red yeast rice actually needs to be brung under control of doctors, meaning it should be a prescribed thing. So, I was kind of cautious about holding off on that. But I said, this is the backup plan because I don't want to be put on any medication by a doctor. So if all else fails, I'd start taking the red yeast rice. But I didn't have to. I took the garlic, exercised 3 times a day, and I ate these nasty ass beans, a small bowl of beans, just to increase the fiber in my diet. Fiber, certain kinds of fiber, is definitely known to lower cholesterol. Okay? And lower it pretty rapidly. So I was eating a small bowl of beans, exercising 3 times, or biking 3 times a day, and taking garlic. And my anxiety had me so fucked up, I didn't think I was doing enough. I was like, man, this cholesterol probably, you can't burn cholesterol like you can burn calories. All you can do is try to lower it. And your LDL, bad cholesterol, and HDL, and your triglycerides are the main thing to be concerned with. But I didn't think I was doing enough. I was like, man, it's probably gonna be the same. It's probably gonna be the same, man, when I go back. But they wanted to test me 6 months later. They wanted. I was like, no, I'm not waiting those 6 months. I went on Amazon, paid $100+ and got my own cholesterol testing kit. Okay, I took it. I made an appointment after 2 months of working out, taking garlic, eating a high fiber diet. I made an appointment to go into my family physician and have a nurse use my kit to take my cholesterol, because I wanted to make sure that, it's an at-home test kit. I could do it myself, but I just wanted to make sure that it was accurately done. And do you know, in spite of my fears of me not doing enough, when I took that second cholesterol test after 2 months, my overall cholesterol had dropped from 275 to 170, back to where the fuck it was supposed to be. And my triglycerides were great. So what I'm saying was, when there was a problem with my health, I did not take that shit lightly. And keep in mind, high cholesterol in and of itself is not life-threatening. But chronic high cholesterol that is not addressed is the precursor to, it's the potential precursor to a lot of very, very bad things. Okay? And listen, it's still a struggle. It's still a struggle for me, to turn down that steak and potatoes, or that cheeseburger when I'm out and about, or eat that, sorry guys, it's close to my bedtime, or eating that junk food, or that ice cream, okay? But I did what I had to do to fix that little problem. See, high cholesterol is like a flat tire, okay? It's perfectly fixable, okay? But a busted transmission, that's a problem that's much more difficult to fucking fix and remedy. Much more high cost, okay? And so you got to fix what you can, while you still have the opportunity. But unfortunately, with most niggas, I have, unfortunately, a gentleman in my family like that right now. Has high blood pressure, but is barely doing anything to work on it. Has issues with declining dental hygiene. Won't go to a dentist. It's like, how? I just don't understand. And maybe it's the way most black people are raised. Like, how do you expect to live? Because they say that the average life expectancy of a black male is 72 years old, which is significantly lower than other males. Like, for example, Joe Biden, when he was elected, he was the oldest president in American history. Now I think he's approaching 80. Most black men will never live to see 80. They say that the average life expectancy is 72, but from where I'm sitting, a lot of these niggas are not. And I'm not just talking about the average Joe black male. I'm talking about, black men that can afford quality health care, like Kevin Samuels, okay? Prince, Michael Jackson, Michael Clark Duncan. Ironically, the guy who I started this video with playing his one of his infamous simp songs, sounds good, but it's a simp song, James Ingram. He died at 66, brain cancer, but nonetheless. I mean, our late great brother, the legend David Carroll, Kevin Samuels, Barry White, Luther Vandross. A lot of black men are not, Kobe Bryant, that was a freak accident, but you see what I'm saying? Nipsey Hussle, whether it's a high risk lifestyle or just poor, complete neglect of health. It's like black people just think like they're impenetrable machines or something. It's this egotistical yet very naive and narcissistic mentality that black people have, both male and female, is taking a lot of niggas out by foul play or just health failure early in the game, man. Niggas are dropping like flies left and right. I know I said last year black females were dropping like flies, but really all niggas from both genders, man, dropping like flies, man. Just not taking care of personal health at all. Just not giving a flying fuck. And I'm not saying in any way, shape, or form, I'm not saying that was Kevin Samuels, because I did not know the man. Okay? But, if rumors of him refusing to go to the hospital with chest pains, unless he had chest pains before, if that is indeed the case, I mean, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad on his part. If you want longevity, okay, if you want to live a long life, you cannot, okay, in all fairness, none of us know when we're leaving here, okay? None of us know, when that final hour comes, any more than Steve Irwin did when he got stuck in the heart by that stingray. Okay? But there are certain things that you can do to improve your chances of living a longer life. Okay? 57 years old is not a short life, but it is certainly not a long life. Okay? With the amount of success that Kevin Samuels had, he should have been able to hire a personal doctor and a personal trainer. Okay? He should have been, as soon as he started reaching that status, he should have started and he realized that money and success was going to start coming his way, he should have started, making arrangements to get, his physicals and his checkups to, make sure he was cool. It's like, we chase money and we chase status. A lot of these dumb niggas, they chase hoes. We chase all of the things, most of which really are not that important. But then we forget a lot of the most important things. And that's not just true with black people, that's true across the board. Okay, that's true across the board. I mean, I spoke back at the beginning of this whole COVID nonsense. I said, I couldn't get over the irony how, something like a fancy perfume or a bottle of bourbon can cost, fucking hundreds of dollars. But water, unless it's bottled, is free or cheap. Oxygen is definitely free. Air is definitely free. That might change in the future, but it's like the most essential things are the least valued. And I'm not going to say it has to change, because it doesn't. But if it doesn't, unfortunately, we are going to start seeing a lot more premature deaths like Mr. Samuels. Okay? Now, that's one aspect, the health aspect. The other aspect of, this man's tragic passing, and, like I said, I didn't really agree with him, but yes, his passing is tragic. But like with Aisha Faines, I do have to get a little bit direct and raw here. Well, we're not gonna get too raw because this is screw tube, but this whole high value man thing. Of course, I have to, even with everything that has happened, I have to bring this up. Okay. And it was spoken about, it was brought up last year during the Rajay Black incident, where this nigga, he killed his Asian girlfriend and black ex-wife, and he was a follower of Kevin Samuels and all that, high value man bullshit. Kevin Samuels basically rose to the heights telling black females in person what we've been saying about them for years, which is that they're a bunch of raggedy, low value chicks that don't really amount to what they think they amount to, right? But then once he got to that point, he started talking about this high value man thing, and how if you're a high value man, you're gonna get, the fancy trophy looking bimbos, you're gonna have the trophy wife and all of this bullshit. And this was one of the biggest issues that I had with Kevin Samuels. That in addition to selling a lot of black men pipe dreams, and I do mean pipe dreams, because look at Bill Cosby, look at R. Kelly, look at Tiger Woods, who at one time was married to a white bitch that divorced him after she caught him cheating and took half his damn money, and now he can't win a PGA tournament for the love of nothing. Bill Cosby spent 3 years in prison for a crime that he likely didn't even fucking commit. R. Kelly, while a degenerate and a pedophile, was able to operate with impunity for 20 plus years until he pissed the wrong person off, and now he may never see the light of day as a free man again. Okay? This high value man thing. Kobe Bryant, granted that was a freak accident, but after he passes away, his wife doesn't even respect his legacy by, keeping his no profit organization for underprivileged youth, as the name Black Mamba. She turned it into some Latino Hispanic shit, Black Mama Mitas or some shit like that. You know, she changed. I mean, she didn't even respect his legacy. You know, what does it really mean to be a high value man? I mean, what? Okay, you're a high earner. You have high status. Okay, but when you are basing that off of how much and what kind of human flesh you can have access to as a result of, you know, whatever status or money you might have, you're already fighting a losing game, especially in the society in which we live, okay, which supports this idea of feminist extremism. You know, all these bitches jumping up and down complaining about the U.S. Supreme Court might overturn Roe versus Wade. That shit ain't, listen, man, that's off topic. That shit ain't gonna happen. They just stirring these bitches up, you know, probably a distraction for something else that the government got cooked up. The U.S. Supreme Court, them judges are not foolish enough to overturn Roe versus Wade. It would be nice if they did, but they're not. Trust me. That's just a bunch of bullshit. Again, it's probably a distraction for some agenda that, you know, they're trying to, you know, keep hidden behind closed doors. But we live in a heavily feminist endorsed liberal society, okay, that tells lies to these females that they can do whatever they want to do with very little to no consequences or repercussion for whatever they do. Okay, you're teaching men, most of which will never reach the pinnacle of making 6 and 7 figures, okay, that all they have to do is put on a suit and make this kind of money, and the world of women will be open to them, and it's just going to be like some Cinderella fairy tale. Well, yeah, they'll have access to more physically appealing women, but that's not going to make their life easier with women. As a matter of fact, it might actually make their life harder. More than likely it will, okay? Because I think it was Biggie Smalls, the late Biggie Smalls, who said it best: more money, more problems. All that does is make you a bigger fucking target, okay? And, you know, again, rest his soul, but how can we really ignore the fact that Mr. Kevin Samuels died? You know, some reports are saying he died on top of her. Some reports said that he died with her on top of him. Some reports said that he just collapsed onto the floor and died. I don't know. Okay? But for this man talking all of this high value man, you know, you got to fix your image stuff, and then you can get, you know, a nice woman for marriage. You're talking about all this, you know, you have to earn this income to marry this type of woman. For this guy to be caught dead with what was very likely, I mean, we don't have to play with this. She was likely a prostitute, okay? Likely some type of an escort. Now, listen, what the man does in his private or personal life, that's his business. It's his business. We can all agree to that. But you really should not be the one teaching people, you know, being a dating coach and, you know, teaching people, first of all, feeding them this complete pipe dream. I just fucking forgot. Will Smith is a mental wreck. Talking about high value man. This man just won an Academy Award. He's so fucked up. He assaults Chris Rock over a harmless joke about that whore of a so-called wife that he has. And Will Smith has to be worth tens of, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. What, Jeff Bezos, he divorced his wife and she got a few billion. Where do these people get off with things? See, that's what it is. It sounds good. And niggas are always about what sounds good and what looks good. Okay? And on the inside, they're a fucking wreck. A lot of them are complete failures. Okay? But it looks good on paper. It sounds good to the ear. Just like the black pastor. Okay? Where Kevin Samuels was feeding people by appearances, by the sound of it, it was kind of like a drug or, a drink that made you feel good. Okay? But the reality, the cold hard reality is, if you look at men who are high earners, who are famous, who are successful, okay, they have about the same amount of problems with women that and their problems, by all accounts, are even worse because they have so much money. Okay, they have about the same amount of problems as your average Joe. Okay, I mean, hell, I hate to bring him up, but look at even Harvey Weinstein. Do I believe the guy was a pervert? Yes. Do I believe he raped and sexually assaulted all them women that was accusing him of doing that shit like Bill Cosby? No, I don't. I believe that a lot of those women, Uma Thurman included, were willing to do what the fuck they had to do, just like them females in the porn industry and the escort, the likely escort that was with Kevin Samuels. They were willing to do what they needed to do to get where they feel they wanted to go. And then years later, they saw a bandwagon jump on and play the victim like females commonly do, and that's what they did. A la #MeToo. And now Harvey Weinstein is doing 23 years in prison. Okay? All right? So, this whole high value man thing was a bunch of bullshit from the start. Okay? And again, it's hard to get over the irony. No disrespect, condolences to his family. But for this man to be talking about all this high value man thing, okay? By all appearances, it looks like, to me, like he was paying for pussy. Now look, it's one thing if you're a young man and you doing simp ass shit like this. But when you're at Kevin Samuels' age, if you want to be a player, if you want to be, a passport for pussy nigga, that's on you. But if you're teaching people certain principles, okay, primarily this principle of what it takes for a man to get married to an attractive woman and what it takes for a woman to get married to, a high earning, high status man. If that is what you're projecting, if that is what you are preaching, if that's what you're lecturing, if that is the hill, as Akwesi said, that you're going to stand on, you are really the last person that should be caught in a situation where you're messing around with what Nagone, I believe that was Nagone, 4 years ago in the last live stream that I did with Obsidian. You should be the last person that should be caught dead or alive messing around with what he classified as a strange female. Meaning females who are strangers to you. Okay? I hope he had it wrapped. Him going in unwrapped, I doubt that would give him cardiac arrest. Unless, he just had a bad heart while they were doing what they did. But you really, besides the personal safety issues of something like this. You know, dealing with these fucking unpredictable mystery assholes that you pick up out of bars or clubs. You being a high value man by your own description should not have to resort to paying for one night stand midnight pussy. Okay? Because if you're picking up some bimbo from a club, and I assume that he was dressed in his best, okay? This female is not interested in, you know, you taking her on a date, and y'all not gonna be back at your house, you know, sitting up playing fucking Uno with each other, okay? I mean, we know what goes on, you know, grown people, but I mean, in my opinion, it's really a bad look on anybody, you know, not just Kevin Samuels, okay? Nurse Schmersh, she might have been a nurse, but everything right now is reading that this is some type of escort bimbo that he was unfortunately caught dead with. And again, you know, people do what they do. They're gonna do what they gonna do in their personal lives. But it's just like, if that's the route you're gonna take, that's fine. You're grown. Nobody can tell you what to do. But you know, that's really a promiscuous lifestyle. Okay, picking up hookers from bars. That's really a promiscuous lifestyle, and it's a high risk lifestyle at that. And again, there are the rumors about the cocaine laced fentanyl. I don't know. I'm not gonna put, it's just like last year, people talk about, Kevin Samuels might be gay. I never really put a lot of stock in that. I didn't care. I don't care about the man's sexual orientation. That's why I never really talked about it. If he was, he was. But it's just the hypocrisy, the potential hypocrisy, of this guy paying for pussy, doing the rent-a-hoe thing, and you sitting up here talking about high value men getting quality women for marriage. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry. And maybe I'm rambling on because I'm tired, but it doesn't make sense to me for a person of his stature to be doing that. Okay. Now, Sean Cook, 50 something years ago, him being caught dead in that hotel with that Asian hooker. That's one thing. He was just a singer. He was an entertainer. He decided he wanted some midnight pussy. Things backfired on him. He got set up and shot and killed by a black female manager. Surprise, surprise. And he got robbed by the Asian prostitute. That's one thing. And that was bad enough. But for a guy like Kevin Samuels, man, again, we're not talking about a guy that's in his 20s, naive, simpish. This is why I personally just separated myself completely from that whole red pill MGTOW, these dumbass niggas like that convicted felon Nyla says keeps making references, even that her thug Pookie equivalent Taz, that retard. Both of these fucking retards keep making references to me being part of the manosphere when I have made it abundantly clear on several occasions that I separated myself from that bullshit, a long time ago. I'm not part of any of these factions. I'm off in the cut doing my own thing. That's why I classify myself as a Malboro man, okay? The rugged individual, okay, needs no one. That's why I'm not out to argue with nobody. I'm not doing live stream panels with none of these monkeys. I'm off in the cut in the corner doing my own fucking thing. And pretty soon, from the looks of it, FS Avenger may very well have to be my own thing as well. Okay? So, you know, this is why I remove myself from these fucking groups. You know, because I realize a lot of these dumbass niggas, they never evolved past 12. Okay? Well, some of them got to 18, but most of them, male and female, they never evolved past that. You know, you got the black bitches with divestment and hypergamy, and hardly none of them are divested or hypergamous. On the black male side, you got the SYSBM and the Manosphere and the ABC and the 123, and all that is just a bunch of bullshit. Okay, I removed myself from that shit a long time ago because I realized the overriding majority of these niggas are full of shit. They're hypocrites, they're narcissists, and a good portion of them are just downright fucking mental cases. Most of them have no business grouping together with other motherfuckers that are so retarded I wouldn't trust them with a fucking potato gun. Okay? Much less giving advice to other mentally demented and fucked up motherfuckers. Okay? And again, I'm not talking about Kevin Samuels did impress me as an individual who was somewhat intelligent, but I think he played on the ignorance of a lot of low IQ pea brain niggas, and he played that to a point where he could manipulate a success story out of it, and kind of like the black pastor or the liberal, the white liberal, or these lying ass Democratic politicians. And so that was the reason why I took issue with the guy. One of the main reasons why I took issue with him, because he wasn't like a Taz or Nyla says. He did not seem to come from a place like Cynthia G of bitterness. He seemed like he felt like he was above it all. He seemed like he did feel like he was smarter than the average nigga. I think the difference between him and a person like me is that instead of just kind of thumbing my nose at the whole situation, just saying I'm smarter than you, that's a fact. He played it as I'm gonna teach you to be like me, when he knows that these niggas was never gonna get on his level. He was just gonna kind of use them to extract out of them what he needed, while leading them on this pipe dream, this yellow brick road to really fucking nowhere. Because most of these niggas, I'm telling you, and the incident last month was just a shining example of that. Okay, most of these niggas will never evolve past their dick, and most of these bitches will never evolve past that weave on their ashy scalp, because they simply do not have the wherewithal and the dutifulness to do so. Okay? They keep talking about the likes of April Mason, and friends, just walking away from social media and black women because they realized they couldn't help them. I think it's just a matter of a lot of these bitches just looked in the mirror and realized they were like the very same bitches that they call themselves trying to give advice to. Okay? And ironically, these niggas, their slave religion Bible talks about the blind leading the blind and both falling into a ditch. Okay? But I don't mean to go off topic, but I don't believe Kevin Samuels was like that, and that's why I actually had a bigger problem with him than I even did with the likes of like a Tommy Sotomayor. Okay? Because I feel like he knew better. He knew what he was doing. He was a smart guy. Yeah, and I give him that. He was a business savvy guy. Okay? And that's why, in my opinion, his betrayal of the trust of his supporters to lead them in the right direction was so much worse than, any of these other idiots and half-wits and imbeciles on social media, much less YouTube. Because he did know better. Okay? But yeah, in spite of my strong disagreements with this guy, I would not wish death on the man. He had every right to run his business the way he saw fit. He did figure out a way to get success and exceed to the pinnacle. He did what he felt he had to do. I could never do what he did because I feel like I cannot lie to people or tell them what they want to hear just to make them feel good, just to profit off of it. I'm not built like that. You see, I've never exceeded past 5,000 subscribers. As a matter of fact, irony of ironies, I remember there was this dumbass nigger back when Kevin Samuels first started blowing up in 2019. He made a comment after I made a video on Kevin Samuels when he first started getting big. And I realized that, Kevin Samuels was on some bullshit. And I made this 2-hour long video about him. And everybody was accusing me of being jealous and all this stupid ass bullshit. And there's one dumb nigga in the comment section, I'll never forget. He told me that that's why Kevin Samuels' brand is where it's at. And you, Brian, are where you're at. Now, I don't mean to be cruel. Okay? And none of us know when we're leaving here. But for these dumbass, clown-ass niggers, okay, both male and female, that keep talking and doing that dumb shit, like that little snide remark, all I have to say to that is, well, unfortunately, Kevin's brand don't really mean nothing now. Because there's only one of us that's still alive. And I don't mean, again, this is not a stab at Kevin Samuels. I said from the beginning, his death is tragic. It's unfortunate. Condolences to his family. This is really directed at the trolls. Okay? My point is, like Kevin Samuels, you confront your way to the top. Okay? But what you can't do is con your way into good health, safety, and security. That's what you can't do. You can fool the whole world, but you can't fool yourself. You got to live with your bullshit every single day, and we don't know what this guy was going through. Okay, I am sorry for what happened to him. Believe it or not, I genuinely wish he was still alive for several reasons. One of the reasons is because him dying before his 60th birthday just further serves to expose a very disturbing trend with black men in particular and black people in general, which is that we have short lifespans because we don't take our lives, albeit our personal health, safety, and security, as seriously as other race groups of people, in general do. But unfortunately, Kevin Samuels' untimely passing does serve up a very important lesson for black people, and particularly I hope that this is something that reaches his followers. But knowing the attention span of Negroes, it probably won't resonate with most of them. Whether or not you're fronting, okay, presenting an appearance, no matter how legit or illegit, is not essential to sustaining life. It might be important for building a brand, to achieving some type of business success, some type of social status, okay? But it is not essential to maintaining and preserving life. Now, people, especially in the last couple of years, have done whatever the fuck they can, certain of these maggots on the internet, they have done whatever they can to try to discredit me, to try to, belittle me, to try to humiliate me. And, I really, honestly, most of it I could give a fuck about, because I said it before, I'm going to say it again. Most of these monkeys on the internet ain't nothing more than a fucking avatar on a screen to me. Okay? They mean nothing. That's why I was saying with FS Avenger, when there's a good chance that it's done being a publicly shared site. Okay? Because my private life and the internet are going to remain separate. Period. Okay? But, this shit, it fucking means nothing to me. But if people want to say, like that one dumb nigga that, oh, well, you'll never reach the heights of Kevin Samuels. Look at where he is with his brand. Look at him and look at you. I do not come from, again, I'm going to say this again. I do not come from a place of these whores, like these fake ass swirlers and hypergamous bitches like Nyla Sayers or Cynthia G. I don't come from a place of hate when I say this. I come from a place of real when I say this. Okay? I'm not, again, I wish this brother was alive. But if you want to play the look at him and look at me, if you were playing that game before, don't take it away now that he's dead and I'm still alive. Okay? Now again, none of us know when we're leaving here. But niggas don't have their priorities fucking straight. This is, was, and always will be the basis of my Malboro man mindset and teachings. Okay? This is why I emphasize the importance of building and developing the individual. Okay? No matter how much you may not like my delivery and how I put things. Okay? The importance of teaching people to develop their individual selves. Okay? And not worrying about being in the company of another person. Okay? Niggas' priorities are fucking wrong. I told y'all this before. While other tribes are arguing with nuclear superpowers and, oil, fucking members of OPEC over oil prices and inflation and Federal Reserve and all that shit, you niggas are still lowbrow arguing over how to have access to human flesh that isn't yours. How to get married, how to be hypergamous. I mean, y'all really do not know how elementary you fucking sound. And that's being politically correct, okay? There's no power in worrying about, dating and having access to pussy and getting married to some raggedy ass skank bitch, or vice versa. Looking for some so-called high value man. There's no power in that. There's no sustainability in that, especially not nowadays when the divorce rate is over 50% and nobody hardly at all stays together. There's nothing to be long-term gained out of that. Y'all got your priorities fucking wrong. Okay? This was the other problem that I had with Kevin Samuels. Okay? He's teaching these niggas about the wrong fucking thing. Okay? And that live stream that I was on with him, y'all heard how it started. it did not occur to me until later once he got big, because at the time I didn't know who he was. Ironically, that was the last live stream that I did with Obsidian, okay, before I broke it off with him, because I started to realize what direction he was going and what direction he wanted to take what at the time was Black Avenger TV, now FS Avenger TV, talking about making black bitches the backbone of Black Avenger TV. But, I realized at the time that Kevin Samuels, he was all concerned about his business, about his image online and what that was doing for his business. Now look, that's all well and good. That's all well and good. Okay, if that's the thing that's important to him, if that's the route he wants to take, that's fine. Okay? But he was talking about what people like, why red pill is toxic to a brand and all that. But I made it very clear in that live stream that I did with him again before. This was about a year before he blew up with that average at best scene that he did with that really unattractive bimbo. I think that was in 2019, where he just kind of went off on her. I said, I'm not interested in a profit, okay? I would not base my ability to make a living off of trying to appease these goofy, stupid ass niggas, okay? While there are, loyal supporters who I very much appreciate, okay? If I have to appease the majority of you niggas to make a living, like a Tommy Sotomayor or Kevin Samuels, I might as well jump off a bridge and kill myself. I might as well jump off a bridge and kill myself. Okay? Because that is a road that leads to fucking nowhere. And very unfortunately, this is now the sum equivalent to what Kevin Samuels' legacy actually is. A man who I believe that he was deserving of a longer life. Just because he had, stupid talking points does not mean he deserved a short life. But this is a man that was all, like most black people, he was all about appearance. He was all about fronting. But when it came down to the core values, the essentials of maintaining and sustaining life, he did not have what it took. And we do not know yet. I'm hoping, listen, man, I didn't really like the guy. I didn't really agree with the guy. But I am hoping, for the sake of black men in general, and I'm just hoping for the sake of his legacy. I'm hoping that this did not have anything to do with no goddamn drug like fentanyl or cocaine, that this did not have anything to do with that bimbo slipping something into his drink or some other type. I'm hoping, I say all the time, dead is dead. But I'm really hoping, against hope, that this was more along the lines of some unforeseen health condition like coronary artery disease, that he, or some blockage of the artery, some unfortunate, thing that the poor man didn't know was wrong with his body until it started happening to him. I'm hoping that it's more that than the other. Because if it comes out that Kevin Samuels got caught up and met his demise on some dumb shit, like doing drugs or getting set up by, some floozy honey trap bitch that may have slipped something in his drink or did something else foul to him. After all this, image consultant stuff, and putting on a front, improving your image and all that, man. That's just sad, man. I'm embarrassed for him. But hopefully, like I said, that's not the case. I could see the shallowness. We had a relatively decent conversation in that stream that I did, where I did not know he was gonna show up. I didn't even know who the man was. I had heard his name a couple of times because Obsidian had brung it up, but I didn't know who the man was. Okay, but I could even tell his shallowness to some extent in that stream. I don't know how many people caught that who were actually paying attention, but in one case, he tells Ezra that you're telling young men not to do something that you've done, but you've already done it. You've already had 4 daughters. You've already had children. You've already been married. So you can't tell, you're an older man, so you can't tell young black men that they shouldn't want what you already had, that they shouldn't want to experience that, no matter how bad it might be. Let them experience it. But in the next breath, I try to back Ezra up, a guy who I vehemently disagreed with on multiple occasions. As a matter of fact, I really thought Ezra was kind of an idiot, but given the circle. Well, anyway, I did try to back Ezra up on that, where he was saying that he would not advise young men to, start a family or impregnate a female. But then when I started to back Ezra up, Kevin Samuels comes with, oh, well, you're a young man. At the time, I was only 33. He said, you're a young man. Wait until you get 63, 30 years later. But wait a minute, Kevin. I didn't say this, but this was what I was thinking. I could have embarrassed him right there, but I didn't. I said, Kevin, didn't you just tell Ezra that he has no business talking to younger men about simping because he's an older man on the other side of life? And now you're going to come around and tell me that I have the mindset that I have because I'm not older? So which one is it? Is it you shouldn't think with a Malboro man mindset because you're older or younger? Which one is it? Because you can't have both. Okay? You can't tell Ezra that he shouldn't be talking because he's older and he's done to do, and then come and tell me that, oh, I have that mindset about not doing to do because I'm not older and lonely. Right there, I knew that Kevin Samuels was kind of, I won't go as far as a con artist, but he was kind of bullshitting. He was accusing Ezra of doing that, and again, Ezra could be kind of a nuisance, but I knew he was bullshitting. He was willing to, that I also realized after internalizing that this man was literally willing to say and do anything to get to the top. I personally don't like people like that. Okay? The whole time that FS Avenger was, a publicly used video sharing platform, I kept it 100 with y'all all the way. Okay? I kept it 100 with y'all all the way. From the needs for donations to what was happening with the site. I updated you guys with newsletters, the whole 9 yards. Okay? Even when the website was going bad, with traffic falling off and content creation, video uploading falling off. I let y'all know. When I was planning on my, switching from third party to private party, I let y'all know. Okay, I kept it 100. I didn't bullshit y'all on that. Okay? I never bullshitted you guys on anything. I always kept it 100 as much as I could. But you have people in this world, yes, Vladimir Putin is one of them. On a much smaller scale, Kevin Samuels was another one, that they will literally say and do anything to get to the top. That's what he was talking about in that live stream about a year before he blew up. What is beneficial to the brand versus what is toxic. Okay? He didn't care about what the truth was, what the reality is, what these men need to hear. He cared about what do they want to hear. Because that's what's going to make me money. That's what's going to boost my status. That's what's going to get me viral views. And like I said, if that's what was most important to him, he had every right. But in the end, like most black people, like that bimbo we talked about last year, Lawrence Smith Fields, getting caught dead after ODing on fentanyl in that white man's bed. I said, appearances mean nothing if they are not backed with substance. Hence, my whole all salt and with no substance. I say this all the time, okay? From Struggle Dusty in Indianapolis to Crystal and Kerosene. Too many niggers are all salt with no substance, okay? And unfortunately, Kevin Samuels, by all appearances, he was one of those individuals. Like I said, to me, he never did look healthy in the face. That's not to say he wasn't healthy. Hopefully, hopefully he was not on some dumb shit like doing drugs. I'm not gonna speculate on that. I just mentioned the rumors that are swirling around out there. Okay? Hopefully he was on the straight and narrow, and he was just drinking his Red Bull, and whatever else. Okay? But it's just it already looks bad from the whole image consultant thing to High Value Man and get caught with a fucking a fucking club bar thought probably / escort prostitute when you telling men what they got to do to get married, man. It's just it just don't look good. But it would be far worse if something like a drug like fentanyl was involved, or he got set up by the chick that he shouldn't have been with in the first place. Like, I really just hope that's not the case, man. I hope this was just natural causes. Again, dead is dead, but time will tell. So, I guess the moral of this really sad story, what is the moral here? I don't know. The moral of this story is black people need to get their priorities fucking straight. Okay? Taking pictures of you, putting them on Instagram of fancy vacations, being a club thought in, in the bar or the club, fucking paying $500 a month for some fancy new car, Gucci, Prada. This stuff don't mean shit. It was you slaves' very Bible that talked about the rich man. I mean, do you niggas pay attention to anything? God damn. David Carroll was right, man. Niggas are dumb. Y'all's very slave religion speaks of a story of a rich man. And I'm going to close with this. A rich man who stood at a silo where he had gathered grain, corn, and some other type of natural food resource. And he was gathering all this stuff up and boasting to himself, what am I going to do with all of my possessions? And, all of these resources that I've stored away for myself. You know, I need more space. I need more storage. And it said that while this rich man was standing there boasting to himself, flexing his ego about all of his his earthly achievements, of success and investment, that the Lord looked down upon this man, shaking his head and saying, "You fool, this very night is your life required of you. And then who will get all this shit that you stored up for yourself? Where will all these possessions go?" As we know, the Egyptian pharaohs, they tried to take it with them. Motherfuckers even had their slaves and their whores and their wives killed. Everything but their damn kids. Tried to bury all that stuff in a sarcophagus tomb and take it with them. It doesn't work. Okay? It don't work. And hence thus, remember how that stream ended. Well, I edited it pretty heavily. But remember the last thing that was said in that live stream that I shared with you guys 2 hours ago. While Kevin Samuels and Obsidian and all these guys are sitting around talking about, what women got to do this or get that, and, what you got to do to boost your brand, and, you telling men that, they shouldn't be worried about women, and, a lot of men want to be simps, and what is a man going to do if he can't have women? What good is life for? And that's another way that I knew Kevin Samuels was the wrong guy. When he said, if men don't have, what he indirectly said, if men don't have access to women, what else is life for? And a lot of black men actually think like this. Okay? But what was the last thing while I never, you notice I never, well, I hardly if ever moved to correct Kevin Samuels. I just let him speak his piece because I'm not about arguing with motherfuckers. Okay? Under normal circumstances. Used to do a lot of that shit when I was younger. I don't do as much of it now. But what was the last thing I said to this dude? And just everybody on that live stream. I said that black men and people in general are being taught and led astray. They're being taught the wrong things. They're being told the wrong things. Life is not about access to other people. It is not about who you have in your company. Okay? Or it's not about the company that you're able to keep. It's not about your status and how other people view you. The most important thing in life, I said it 4 years ago and I maintain it now. The most important thing in life is the survival of the individual. And that is a hill that I will die on. We can talk all this other stuff. But if you, as the individual, do not survive, you don't have time to worry about hypergamy, divestment, high value, black empowerment, none of that bullshit. Because you are going to be a dead motherfucker, no longer breathing, and thus no longer in this world. So none of that other shit means anything if you do not survive to see another day. And while, yes, it is true, all of us are dying from the moment that we are born, there are things that you can do to extend your life, just like there are things that you can do to shorten it. And I can tell you this, niggers, male and female, one of the things that is not going to extend your fucking life is by putting on a front with 22 rims and fancy dress shoes and heels and makeup and fancy dinner parties and fucking going to business balls and all, and on, fancy vacations and being a popular instant thought. None of that shit is going to improve. It is going to extend your stupid ass life. The only thing that's going to extend your stupid ass life is finding intelligent ways not to live like a stupid motherfucker. And I'm not saying that Kevin Samuels was doing that, but I'm just saying black people and a lot of people in general have their priorities in the wrong fucking place. And that's why, hence what I said starting last year, so many of y'all, male and female, are dropping like fucking flies. I do not relish in this. It is just a sad fact of life and being black in America. Too many of us are dying and meeting our demise prematurely. So please, if we learn nothing else from the tragic passing of Mr. Samuels, please try to take this from this man's tragic death. Life is more than just about what you look like and what other people look like to you. Okay? Try to resist some of those animal urges long enough to think about what you need to do on the inside to maintain and sustain your physical and mental health. Okay? Because in the end, that's all that matters. I have worked on myself for the last 2 decades, and I'm still a work in progress. But I can tell you this. I may not be the fanciest, schmanciest motherfucker out there, the flashiest motherfucker. Okay? But when it comes to the shit that actually counts and actually matters, I'm one hell of a lot better than a lot of you niggas. And that's a fact. Take care of yourself, folks. And when I say take care of yourself, again, I'm talking about the inside. Nonetheless, rest in peace to this brother. I said I wasn't going to call him a brother, but I did it once. Rest in peace to Kevin Samuels. Condolences to his family and his close friends and family. And hopefully lessons can be learned. Thank you so much for listening and staying up with me over the course of the last 4+ hours. And talk to you later, guys.
I told you I had a consulting company come in and white glove my business.
Yeah.
And, the numbers are back. And how many people here are familiar with Glendon Cameron?
I've heard of him.
Okay, he cut off his disruptive mail channel. He stopped it cold turkey because, and I quote, Red Pill and MGTOW are toxic to the brand. The Southern Poverty Law Center has deemed MGTOW to be a hate group. When I got my numbers back, my growth on my channel has slowed to about 20% of what it should be.
Why is that?
again, red pill and
Okay.
red pill and MGTOW are toxic to the brand. YouTube has something they have restrictive mode. There are all kinds of things that go on behind the scenes that as content creators you need to be aware of. When your channel becomes associated with other channels, it's like one bad apple spoiling a whole bunch by your subscriber list, by what you watch, and by the people who speak, because the AI is actually reading all the words. So long and short of it is we ran the numbers and said, look here, Kevin, you're an image consultant and you don't talk about religion or politics. But when you talk about red pill, MGTOW, say some of these keywords, this is what it's doing to your channel across platforms. And you can see the dip. And then we also run the actual numbers based on the amount of money you make plus the amount of input. And then also you look at the other side of it, the amount of negative comments you get, the amount of shit you get. It's not from women, it's from men. Glendon Cameron did a beautiful breakdown of why he was ending the disruptive male channel. And he said pretty much here, to keep continually going back and uncovering, he's evolved past these things. He's still red pill. He still understands where he's coming from, but the audience, I'll give you exactly what he said. Red pill. This is Glendon. You want to look at the video? It's called go look at the video. It's 22 minutes long. Why he ended his disruptive male channel. But red pill MGTOW is a scarcity mindset in the sense that it does not. If you want to just sit down and be a guy sitting in your apartment doing your own thing, that's cool. But that really doesn't push guys to be anything any better. Now, I agree with about 90% of the things he said, and I will say this. One of the things I can see that definitely does suffer, and as someone who, before I even knew about a manosphere, I had 10,000 subscribers. I got 10,000 subscribers in 6 months. It's taken me almost 2 years to get over 20,000. There is a definite corresponding effect. So yes, when Obsidian, you're talking about making changes, a big part of the changes have to be looking at the data the way it is and understanding where the pattern is growing. All the people in the chat room, I'm going to say all the people in the chat room, for as many eyeballs as you get, we've talked about this before. And this is not just on your channel. It's an underperforming market. That's simply what it is. Now, people will come into red pill spaces and talk a long time. But as far as putting cash on a barrelhead, no go.
I was just going to say right quick, I think also society has to take part of the blame for this as well. Because from an early age, we are not taught to be realistic about life. Just think about what they teach kids, the basic curriculum in these schools, like even in elementary. You're taught stuff like, algebra and social studies and geography, shit that you're not, for the most part, unless you're, unless you become like a scientist or a mathematician, a lot of this shit you are not really gonna fucking need in real life, okay? You need to learn stuff like, how to fill out a job application, how to conduct yourself in a job interview, to understand what, certain laws are of your particular state, to learn how to present yourself when you're out in public, to learn how to fill out your taxes, stuff like that. They don't normally teach kids shit like this. And so a lot of people, they grow up and, as you get older, there's certain other things that you mislearn as well about love, about family, things that are traditional, but they are not realistic. A lot of this stuff that people are learning now, this stuff is so fucking outdated. It's worse than a piece of green bread sitting on a store shelf. You know what I'm saying? It should have been pulled. The tag should have been pulled and it should have been thrown out a long time ago. And so people from early on, even before you hit puberty and they start feeling funny down there, people, particularly females, but people in general, are not taught to be realistic about how to approach things like relationships and, you know, what to look for in the dating pool. You know, now, yeah, you're right. Anything can happen, but I feel like the number one most important thing in life, and a lot of people would disagree with me, but it's not love, not even family. It's one word: survival. I can explain that if somebody wants me to or not. I know a lot of people would disagree with me, but survival of the individual is the most important thing. A lot of people disrespect you. Life disrespects you. You know, when you go through all of that shit and you come to understand the only number one thing that truly matters. There's a lot of things that are necessary. Don't get me wrong. There are a lot of things that are necessary. There's a lot of things a man can do. But the only thing that truly matters is survival. And once I realized that, I was a different man completely.